Currently in the United States, Yaesu has about 40% of the repeater market as far as all the repeaters out there that are amateur. Whether they're being used in System Fusion digital mode or not, we're currently the strongest supporting infrastructure in the United States right now for amateur radio. So we've come a long ways. We've sold several thousand of these repeaters across the United States. We keep selling more every day, so there's infrastructure out there to support this new digital technology. Just recently, we released a Wires X, which is our wide area internet networking system that was just released December 25th. And we have a new version of the software that if you have a newer repeater, you can connect what we call a Wires HRI 200 to the repeater. And we can now interconnect repeaters across the United States. One thing that's nice about Fusion, it doesn't require internet at the repeater site to create linking. So some of the other technologies such as DMR and D-Star require. You can have a remote node connected to the repeater, which will enable D-Star access. So I'll talk about that more in a minute here. What I'm going to start off with is a quick product overview of what's available from Yaesu. We have the least expensive radios out on the market as far as digital goes right now. This is a developing technology. We wanted to provide it to the community relatively low cost and try to get the radios out there and get people building more stuff for System Fusion. So we've already seen a few things pop up in the Fusion world. One device is the DB4 Mini. Northwest Digital Radios also come up with a device that allows you to use System Fusion and interconnect System Fusion and develop your own applications for the System Fusion protocols. So, quick product overview. We have a few radios out on the market, some supporting infrastructure, the DR1X, which I talked about. We are selling these repeaters for $600, tax and shipping included, so it's a heck of a deal. For the first year and a half, we sold them for $500, and that's how we got them out on the market. So we've flooded the market with repeaters. They're in every major city right now. You can find one with a digital mode enabled on it, a lot of wide area coverage repeaters. So if you do have a newer Yaesu radio and it's digital, chances are in the area somewhere you could find a System Fusion repeater. The first radio we came out with, the first two radios were the FT1 DR and the FTM400 DR. We've since switched to the XD models, which have an enhanced GPS in them. They're a little bit more accurate and have a quicker time to fix. Our next release in the line was the FT991, which is an all-mode, all-band HF and VHF, UHF radio that has 6-meter in it. Has an integrated sound card in it. It has a integrated auto tuner and a color touchscreen. So it's a really nice radio. It's a ham shack in the box. The FTM100 and FT2DR were the next releases, along with the HRI 200. The HRI 200 is our internet linking device that will plug into any analog or digital Yaesu radio. Now, the analog radios you can't run Wires X digital on, but it is backwards compatible in the analog network into some of our other radios, such as an FT8800, 7800, and so forth. Any of the radios with the data jack in the back will work with the HRI 200. So it comes with both cables for the newer radios, which are 10-pin, and the older radios, which are 6-pin. You can also interface it to any other analog radio out there that you want. If you want to use a third-party analog radio, it is compatible with it. FT2DR is a really unique radio. I'll get into that in a minute. It has a touch screen on it that can also display images. So FT1 XDR, analog and digital, has APRS built into it. All of the System Fusion radios do have a GPS module in them. If you're running APRS, you can also do telemetry over our digital mode, which is really nice. You get real-time telemetry in our digital narrow mode, which can transmit voice and data at the same time. We'll talk a little bit more about those capabilities in a minute. We do have an MH85 A11U camera microphone. You can take snapshots and send digital pictures to people using that microphone, a really nice accessory. And those images can be displayed out onto the FTM400 XDR's display as well as the FT2DR. 400DR is the world's first amateur color touchscreen radio. The radio on the front is touchscreen. It can be fully programmed from the touchscreen. It does have a memory card slot where you can store and retrieve memories from as well. APRS and TNCs built into this radio as well. The only radio that does not have a TNC in it and APRS capabilities is the FT991. So all these radios, we're starting to just go ahead and put the APRS stuff in it. We're putting, because we have the GPS modules in there anyways for C4 FM digital to do telemetry, so might as well just put the features in there. 991 I call the shack in a box. It's got everything in it you need: auto tuner, sound card. So if you have a Signal Link or a Rig Blaster, you don't need that anymore with this radio. You plug in one USB connection, you have a virtual serial port, and you have audio in, audio out going to the radio. One nice feature, it separates a Rig Blaster or Signal Link from this radio. A lot of people are running them on them. I tell them, don't do that because you're actually cutting yourself a little bit short. You can run true FSK, AFSK through this unit. So if you want to run 300 baud packet, it's really, really efficient for a 300 baud packet out of the box. It's 100 watts all mode, all band throughout the bands, 50 watts on FM. 50 watts on UHF as well. If anybody here had the 897, you'd remember that you only had 35 watts coming out on the UHF side. So there's a few advantages to running the 991. It does have a color touchscreen on it. One of the nice features I like about putting the touchscreens on these radios are we can't add and remove buttons to radios these days. So if you want to put another button on the front of a radio, it's a hardware change. With the touchscreen radios, we just have to do a firmware change, and we can add features or move things around to make the radio easier to use, or add something new to the radio. So it opens up a world of possibilities. All these radios are firmware updatable. The FT1, FT2, 400, and so forth all come with the cables that you need to do those software upgrades. In some cases, those cables can also be used for programming. If you like the popular RT system software, you've already got the cable to program the radio. 2DR is the first high-resolution touchscreen amateur radio. I've seen a few others pop up out on the market, on the Chinese market here recently. A lot of them are smartphone-based. They're not legal in the United States because they do have cellular devices inside of them that are not FCC certified. So that creates a few problems. I haven't been able to find one yet that is touchscreen or graphical touchscreen that is allowed here in the United States. So very unique radio, hit the market really, really hard. People are really enjoying the touchscreen and the direct input and the ease of programming on these radios. There's no more having to use the dial all the time to program the radio and strange keys to hit and things like that. Everything's in plain English right on the front of the radio, and it's very, very easy to navigate. This radio does have dual vocoders in it. One thing that you won't see on the FT1DR and the FTM400 is the ability to use digital on both VFOs. So this radio is the first in a line that allows you to do that. And I see Yaesu as we go down in the future having digital on both sides of the radio. So that is a benefit to having the 2DR. The 100 is the latest radio we came out with. It's a single VFO version of the FTM400 with a smaller display. It still does have the GPS in it. You can't use our camera microphones with it. It's the only System Fusion radio that you can't use the camera mic with, aside from the 991. Still has APRS built into it, still has a memory card slot for programming, and still can be programmed from the rear of the radio with the RT system software. So just a scaled down version, a couple $100 less. It's a really good radio. As I talked before about the repeater, the DR1X is a 50 watt repeater. It's, thank you, I appreciate it. It is dual band, so it's VHF or UHF. It can cross band unidirectionally, not bidirectionally. It can cross band from VHF to UHF or UHF to VHF. I have a lot of people using them as links in between relay systems. They work really, really efficiently for that. Very easy to program. It has a touch screen on the radio, so a lot of people running these things in emergency communications vans or as portable repeaters can change frequencies right from the front display. There's no programming software necessary to program the repeater. From start to finish, it takes about 20 minutes on average. We've had reported back to us through our installation program. We get a lot of feedback back from everybody. It takes about 20 minutes to install the repeater, to rack mount it, swap it out with an older repeater, and have it on the air, programming and everything. So it's very, very easy to sell these things, saying that you don't have to take any time, you don't have to learn any special software, buy any special programming software to put this repeater in. Everything's included right in the box except the duplexers and antenna system. The heart of the system is automatic mode select. I'll go into a little bit of detail about it. Not only are these repeaters dual band and digital, but they're analog as well. They have the ability to swap in between analog and digital. AMS also works on the client radios. That means whatever your radio is receiving, that's the mode it's going to set to. If it's receiving digital, it's going to go into digital mode. If it's receiving analog, it's going to go into analog mode. There are a few features on the radio that make it really easy to swap in between these modes, either with the press of a button or a couple clicks of the mic key. You can switch in between modes. You can set the radio to revert to the last mode it received and transmit on that mode, or you can have it revert back to the mode that you were currently running. So there are several different ways that we can set up AMS to work with these radios. So the repeater will detect if it's analog and digital, and it'll transmit either analog or digital. But it also has the capability of translating digital into analog and analog into digital. So there's several different modes you can remotely set the repeater to have it actually translate in between the different modes. So if you do have a digital radio and there are analog people that want to come into a conversation, you can set the repeater to a fixed FM output and have it automatically receive and translate between A and D to the output. Rhetorical slide. The ability that is really strong is to use whichever system best suits your needs. We have several different modes, such as digital narrow, voice wide. I'll go into those in a minute. The repeater will automatically pick that up and translate whatever mode that you're in. We do have a digital data mode that's 9,600 bits per second. With overhead, you're actually getting about 8,000 bits per second roughly out of it on estimation. So we're a little bit faster than D-Star, where I believe, and in some slides here, I believe it's around 840 bits per second that you actually are able to use in digital mode. So it's a little bit quicker. We're expanding on that system. Our engineers are looking right now into connectivity to allow this digital data system to work directly with your computer. So that's one thing that's being developed in Japan right now. We're not sure of a time frame of when this stuff's going to come out. And we've seen a lot of third-party stuff like the DV4 Mini that I've mentioned that allows some direct keying and some other stuff that people have been working on. So what I'm really looking forward to with Fusion are third-party applications that are going to be developed. I want to see a lot more kind of pop up from the community. We've seen a lot of that in D-Star, and with Yaesu and the Wires X network, Wires is going to kind of stay over to this side and be a Yaesu product. So there's a lot of potential that's popping up in the market with third-party applications right now. And honestly, when it comes to infrastructure, Yaesu wants to support that. We have several documents that are available to any developers. If anybody in this room wants to develop anything, let me know. I'll give you a card so that I can get you some information and you can work with our engineers to further develop your products. So we've been very, very open about our protocol, our modulation, and how System Fusion works. We published several documents that explain in technical detail how everything works. System Fusion was designed as an independent radio system. We had very little intentions of actually networking this product. When we put it out onto the market, we found out that people wanted to network it. This bottom line in the story with all the other technologies out there, that's one of the benefits of digital. So as we've expanded, and here just recently, December 25th, we released the Wires X software, and all of our new repeaters are shipping with new firmware that allow you to connect Wires X directly to the unit. Any repeater that's out there now, as I mentioned, can use our new Wires X software we released and use a remote node such as an FTM 100 or 400 to connect into the DR1X and enable connectivity through Wires X. One other thing Yaesu had in mind when developing these products is firmware upgradability and cost. We wanted to build a unit that was inexpensive. That's one reason we didn't go with TDMA or some of the other solutions that are out there. It's because they're a little bit pricier. We were able to put better technology at a lower cost in these radios by going with C4FM and using FDMA instead of TDMA. Firmware upgradability throughout the life of these products. You can get firmware updates that enable new features, enhancements, bug fixes, and so forth are going to be freely available. So Yaesu is not going to charge for any of those. It's not going to cost you any more money. Another reason was resource management. Using FDMA and the high-speed data, we can actually push more features over this network, more features over the radios. So That's why we focused on that specific mode and we didn't go with some of the others. One other reason is if we were to go TDMA or do two-time slot TDMA was one thing that was requested by a lot of people. The problem is when you're running two-time slot TDMA, you have no analog. There's no way to do it. It's the way that everything runs when you have two time sources running like that. It's just not possible for us to swap in between analog and digital, especially when networked. So we went ahead and did FDMA, and it's brought the cost down on these radios. Some of you can see these FT1 DRs, the old version of this radio right here. They're running between 260 and 280 on the market right now for a radio that does digital APRS, has all the features that it has in it. It's an amazing price. Compared to other digital solutions, C4FM 4-level FSK and FDMA has a better bit error rate. Is anyone here familiar with what bit error rate is? All right. That's how much data we can lose before you start hearing the R2D2 sound.
I'm actually seeing a lot of bit error rate right now.
Yeah, are you? Okay. Well, is this microphone up here? People using the Wi-Fi. Okay, that's too bad. So once our signal degrades so much, or a certain amount, and we usually see about 15 to 20%, we start getting what's called artifacting in our audio transmission. And that's basically the vocoder's not able to get enough data into it to properly decode the voice audio. So with C4FM and using the AMBI 3000 codec, we've seen a great improvement in these products over GMSK and some of the other methods out there. I'm not knocking TDMA, I'm not knocking P25 or anything. Our solution is pretty much phase 1 P25. If you want to know what System Fusion is and you want to know some details about it, APCO has a lot of resources at apco.apco25.org. And you can look up Project 25 and look up the phase 1 specifications. We're just pretty much flopping a bit at the end of our transmission. One of the reasons for that, the FCC really doesn't want to see amateur radios go into the digital world, and I fully understand that. People can do a Mars modification to an analog radio, and older analog networks, we saw a lot of Part 97 radios going on to the commercial bands. So the FCC wisened up, and we decided to work with them. They said, well, if you're going to develop an amateur technology, make it amateur, and that's what we did. It wasn't that we were trying to cut anybody off as far as compatibility or not let you use our commercial equipment on our network. It's just a choice that keeps the commercial world happy with the amateurs and so forth, and it keeps our costs down and our liability down. And that's what this is all about, is providing a cost-effective radio to the amateur community. When we saw some of the other amateur digital technologies pop up, and especially getting into first starting with Moto Turbo. When I first started with it, we were buying $500 and $600 radios. They were incredibly expensive. I think my XPR 6550, when it first came out, was like $800. I was working for a Motorola dealer, and that was with my discount. So, keeping the cost down is what we're trying to do and get the stuff out there onto the market. Couple comparisons with D-Star. Bit rates, 9600 bits per second in our digital narrow mode with 3600 bits per second of forward error correction. We see 4800 bits per second with D-Star, about 1200 bits per second with forward error correction. That's why you're not hearing as much voice response in D-Star. The more data that you have, the more data that you can push over the transmission, the better it's going to, for us, sound. We're using a little bit newer vocoder, which allows us to do more. In the future, if we did decide to do something TDMA, if we decide to maybe go into the phase 2 P25 world, we can do that with the current vocoder we have. That means it's just a software update to your current radios that you purchase. You're not going to have to go out and buy new hardware if we decide to expand. So there's future expansion capabilities with this product through software updates. During your warranty period, Yaesu 100% supports any firmware updates you do. I have not heard of anyone bricking a radio yet running a firmware update. So the process that we have for actually performing the firmware update's pretty solid and works very well. Our radios, all of our radios do have a built-in GPS except the FT991. And most of the System Fusion radios that are going to pop out are going to have the built-in GPS with them. We do have APRS capabilities in all the radios. The 991's lacking some of this stuff right now. It does do digital telemetry through an external GPS, but we don't have the APRS software built yet for the 991. That might be a future firmware update that Yaesu is going to offer. No additional accessories or boards to buy. Any Fusion radios ready to go out of the box. It's going to support every feature that we have on our WiresX network, as well as connecting to other radios point to point. We do consume a little bit more bandwidth than D-Star is, about 6.5 kilohertz. On a service monitor, I actually see about 10. The advertised is 6.25. I see about 10 kilohertz out of it. System Fusion can either operate 20 kilohertz or 12.5, so we have narrow and wide FM capabilities. A lot of areas and a lot of repeater coordinators in the United States are requiring that you run narrow band now if you're running digital, so we did put that feature in there in the latest firmware update. It does allow analog coexistence, as I mentioned, with automatic mode select. We can still keep the analog guys in there, and I found with D-Star, when I set up my first D-Star repeater, I set up a rack just like Randy with everything in it in Joplin, Missouri. And I took up a 2 meter and 440 pair, and just really upset a few people in the area. The local club just kind of shunned me. I think I got kicked out for a while, I'm not sure, but they really didn't like the fact, in a small community, that I put in D-Star. And in these more populated areas, you see a lot more general acceptance of D-Star and digital-only technology, such as Moto Turbo. But when you get into a community where there may be 100 hams, 25 of them active, they're all using the same repeaters, you hear the same people every day, my D-Star repeater just didn't get keyed up. I ran it for a long time. 444.625 in Joplin, Missouri is up 1,000 feet right now on a DB420, and it gets more traffic than any repeater in the area, being an analog Fusion hybrid repeater. So it's set to automatic receive fixed FM right now. That's the way I prefer to run it. I have a CAT controller on it, and through DTMF they can switch the repeater into any mode they want, either fixed digital, fixed analog, or they can set it to automatic receive, automatic transmit, so it can sit there and flip-flop between either analog or digital. Usable data speed in our data-only mode. After forward error correction, we have 4,800 bits per second as opposed to D-Star's 950, and actually I thought it was 850. It's 950 bits per second. So digital data transfer is a little bit faster. It's about 15 seconds for a VGA image that was our cameras take, which is 340 by 480. You can transmit a very nice image. We are using 4-level FSK instead of GMSK. And the reason we're doing that is just entirely because of data rates. We can fit 2 bits in the same spot where D-Star can fit 1 bit, so we're getting over twice the throughput in our transmissions. Internet's not required at a tower site to link. We do have the built-in cameras in the MH85s. Texting via keypad, I know some of the D-Star radios, this might be wrong, I know some of the D-Star radios have some type of capability to do that, and you can connect them through a phone now and stuff. So in all honest comparison, both technologies do have some type of direct input, but we do have it straight from the face of the radio. We do have touchscreen radios. That's one thing I keep pushing is firmware updates, and touchscreen means more features. And the full color LCD on the FTM400 and FT991. So I do see this is going to be something that our competitors are going to start picking up on. So I think that Yaesu is starting to put all these nifty color LCDs in the radios, and the cost of those LCDs and those modules has dropped. I see the other manufacturers probably in the future starting to do that. So hopefully we get a little bit of spin-off from that, because as much as I love amateur radio, I want to see more of this technology pop in. There are 4 different modes these radios can operate in. We have a voice data mode, which is known as digital narrow, which allows you to transmit telemetry and images along with voice. We have a full rate voice mode, which increases the voice response considerably, which is called our voice wide mode. We do have a full rate data mode, which is 9,600 bits per second, and of course our conventional analog FM mode, and these can all be ran either narrow or wideband. A few features I'm going to go through real quick, because I know we're probably running close on time here. How are we doing, Randy?
We got another probably 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay, because I want to do a little Q&A here. We have a digital group monitor mode. Group monitor allows you to connect in digital narrow mode and transmit voice, text, and telemetry. You join a group, you can get RSSI, which you see down here at the bottom. So you can actually see how far before a station is going to run out of signal. We have digital image transmission, which is our full rate data mode. Also for texting, we use full rate data mode. We have a smart navigation function, which I really like. This can be used in or out of group mode. If someone's transmitting to you, they have their GPS turned on, you're receiving telemetry information. You can store their location in the radio. All of our radios will give you a compass. They'll provide you with a heading of where that station last transmitted. So for emergency operations, this is a really, really nice feature. We have a backtrack function where you can also store your own location, such as a command post, and actually navigate back to that location. And really quickly, I'll go through the HRI 200 internet linking and wires. Everybody's interested in this. This is what we consider our advanced voice over IP wireless network, which is currently advancing. It does allow analog and digital over the network. It will translate between analog and digital, so it will convert A to D and D to A. It's very low bandwidth consumption, actually, compared to some of the other technologies out there. We do have rooms, which are similar to D-Star reflectors. They're the same thing. So there are reflectors out there. A lot of people have said to me recently that wires doesn't have reflectors. Well, yes, we do. We have a new station function, which allows you to store images, text messages, and digital data and retrieve it directly from the radio. And, of course, we have Smart Search, Smart Access. You do not need to connect your Yaesu radio to the internet or run any firmware updates in order to see who's on the network, see which repeaters are connected. To connect to another room, another node, everything's done in real time over RF. So no updating of firmware or anything like that to get databases into radios. So just want to mention once again, we do have a full suite of APRS features in this radio, which are fully compliant with the 1.2 standards. We're working on some stuff right now to bring that up a little bit. So the APRS system is being looked into by Yaesu right now, and we're going to probably have some future expansion on that, of course, which will be a firmware update. We have a web portal if you want more information. Is at systemfusion.yaesu.com. There's a wealth of information on there. We have an FAQ section, a knowledge base, support forums. If you want to know more about System Fusion, you can connect here. You can also connect centrally to all of our social networking through this website. So there's a lot on there, and if you have a question you want to ask, you can go there after the presentation. To finish up here, I know we're running pretty short. Does anyone have any questions about System Fusion or any of the Yaesu products that I can answer today? Yes, sir.
How about the WireX system? How is that going to work now? Hooking it into your repeater and connecting it with another repeater?
Well, all you need to do is you have to have a PC at the site, so you hook up the PC and the HRI 200 to the back of the repeater, and you'll have an interface where you can connect to any other node or room on a Windows machine. Now, you can also use your radio to control the WiresX node. So you can search for other nodes and stations and connect to other nodes and stations from your radio itself. So there are several different ways to enable connectivity between the WiresX network and your client radio.
Do you actually need a computer hooked up to each one of the WiresX?
Each one of the nodes, yeah. So if you have a repeater or if you have a remote node that's connected to a repeater, you'd have to have a PC hooked up to that at this time.
You just don't connect the WiresX directly to the internet.
Right, that's correct. Yeah, it's not a direct connection. It does require some type of a PC.
Yeah, but there's a ton of like mini ITX boxes out there.
Yeah, mini ITX. What I use, and it's a good 12-volt solution, are those little thin clients. They're a dime a dozen, and you can pick up like a 1.6 gig with 2 to 4 gigs of RAM, 2 to 4 gigs of flash for like $15 off eBay, and little 12-volt machine. Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, Chris, I do have a question. Just went to that point. There are also plenty of 12-volt ATX power supply modules that you can plug into that PC. So you don't have to worry about, how you're going to run that little PC. You put an SSD on it, and you're done.
Yeah, and most of them have everything you need in them. If you buy them used off eBay, they're about $15. You can get them brand new for about $100. They have these. You can find them brand new in the box.
Yeah,
so.
SSD, the mini ATX, the ATX power supplies that run 12 volts.
Yeah, all those things are
They're
cheap.
beautiful
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
You alluded in kind of different ways to that they're upgrading the PC functionality. You kind of mentioned earlier, then you mentioned it in the context of the APRS functionality, which is essentially one way. It comes
Right.
out, doesn't go back in. So if I have my Windows tablet or my, heaven forbid, Android tablet, please don't when I left out. Anyway, I'd like to be able to use that touchscreen to be able to enter messages and things like that. I'd like to be able to pretty much drive a lot of that PC-oriented functionality from a touchscreen tablet. And so in general, and also, by the way, the video, the picture conversion, or even sending my own media, among friends, just facilitating that. The third party stuff will follow if you facilitate that access, that communication. So I gotta really kind of push on you, like, talk to the folks in Nippon to get it done.
Oh, I fully agree. And our engineering department in Tokyo, I've been conversing with them a lot about those features. That's one of the main things I push with them. I said, we got to have that. We kind of have to have it. You already thrown in the one-way stuff. And what I've gathered right now is it might be a hardware limitation in the radios at the moment, so it might be a future product that supports that. But I'm really hoping they can just do something with the firmware and enable two-way communication. So they haven't gotten back to me yet and defined this is what's going to happen, this is what we need, or what we're going to have to do. But I'd say about once a week they get pushed. So, and that's saying a lot if you've ever worked with Japanese engineering. It's
Yeah. God bless us.
yeah. Yes, sir.
Does the computer require Windows? Could it be a Linux-based computer?
It requires Windows. I do have some people running it on Linux through Wine right now. Some are running it through VirtualBox, so I've seen a couple of different ways to run it.
There's a suggestion, ultimately, if there's Linux support, then that makes a Raspberry Pi possible.
It does, yeah. And that's something that we brought up to them, and I'm not sure that the resources are in place right now for them to develop Linux software. But they definitely know about it. They definitely know it's in demand. So we get a lot of demands for that. One of the things I tell people to do is back on this Yaesu System Fusion web portal is jump on there and submit a FAQ request or submit a contact request and request that stuff. And don't say I told you to request it. They don't like hearing that. They think I'm pushing them at that point. Yeah. What's that? We're hoping for a lot more connectivity through third-party devices. But once there's PC connectivity, and what Yaesu's always done in the past is anytime we put out a radio with PC connectivity, whether it's accessing the TNC directly like the FTM350, we'll send a CAT manual or we'll publish a manual with it on how to control it. I don't see them making anything proprietary when it comes to PC connectivity, and that's where System Fusion's really going to open up. As soon as they get that down and get that hammered down, that's going to be good. I've got some communication back from Tokyo Engineering that was kind of like hush-hush. They didn't want to tell me anything. When they don't want to tell me something, that means they're getting ready to do something. So, yeah. They don't want the sneaky salesman going out trying to sell more radios. So, that's...
Facilitating that PC interface in a maximum mode will sell more product.
Oh, yeah.
They need to understand that portal opens up lots of applications to people, which means that they're going to buy more repeaters and more stuff. Whether they buy wires Xboxes may or may not be in there.
Oh, I fully agree. That
third party thing, you hit it from the beginning of your talk, and that was the right answer.
Yeah, that's what I want to see is third-party development. Yeah, that's what we're pushing, and we know that we've seen it in D-Star when the DVAP came out, and I've had VPs at ICOM tell me, I asked them, I said, when the DVAP came out, were you worried you weren't going to sell more D-Star repeaters? He said, no, I'm glad I'm going to sell more D-Star radios. If you sell one D-Star radio with every DVAP that's sold, that's a huge success because we look at how many DVAPs have been sold. So that's what I look at as well. Yes, sir?
Do you foresee Bluetooth integration in the future for things like keyboards?
That was actually brought up to me by the engineering department about 1.5 years ago. I know that they're looking into that because they know the Bluetooth's there, and since Bluetooth 2.0 and some of the other stuff's popped up that we've put into our radios, they understand there's more potential. So they've seen that potential, and hopefully they act on it. But what I like to do is I like to push them with one group of things at a time. If they come out with PC connectivity first, I'm not going to complain about Bluetooth for a while. I'm just going to let them catch up and make sure that they develop a good product that's solid and stable. Yeah. Yes, sir.
What's going on with the power on the repeaters now? I've been told to not run it over 20 watts.
It depends on how much operation you're getting. We've seen people that typically have 3 or 4 hours of continuous duty. We recommend they don't run it on full power just because the repeaters aren't recovering fast enough to cool themselves. The repeater's amateur duty is what they first came out and called it, and what happens is the PA in the repeater actually sets its power back depending on heat. That probably should have been done off some type of duty cycle formula rather than heat, because it doesn't catch up enough. By the time it gets so hot and it's recycling itself and it's getting, it just doesn't work right. So what?
Fans don't shut up.
Yeah, they don't. I had one guy literally call me up. His repeater had caught on fire, and I said, "Well, what are you doing to it?" Well, they would have a 5 or 6 hour conversation every morning, and depending on how hot it got in the cabinet with the other equipment, it finally just smoked. So, and he burned a relay. It actually started smoking and stuff like that. So we'd never seen that before. We've only had it happen once. But we had to come back and say, okay, we need to firmly put a duty cycle on these just to make sure people are a little bit more aware. Most people run them at full power and don't have any problems. It seems to do pretty well for them. So we've adjusted some timer settings as far as the fans go, and we're doing a little bit more cooling. If you've seen the first generation, some clubs have bought a first generation repeater that have one of the new ones that just came out. There's a little bit of airflow change, how everything works in there. They've changed the way the fans work. They're continuous duty now. They're not, they're on all the time. They're not running based off of thermosistors, so it's a little bit different.
$500 special for the repeater.
Until further notice. Yeah, it's 600. It's 600 now. Yeah, so it went up from 5 to 600, and that's just to help cover some of the cost of development for Wires X. The company is losing quite a bit of money on these repeaters.
What's the difference between one that was shipped 6 months ago and one that was shipped a couple of weeks ago?
Since February, there's really been no changes. Before that, there was a fan with a thermosistor on it, and they've removed a couple of panels on the front of the radio inside the transmitter radio to provide more cooling. So if you want those modifications, you can send me an email, and I can send you that document that shows specifically what the modifications were. We found about 90% of the people don't need to perform the modifications. If everything's working good now, then you're fine. But yeah.
February was when February of 2015 is when they did the last modification.
That's correct.
Because you just said something new December 25th.
December 25th was the Wires X software release.
Okay.
Yeah, and a new firmware for the HRI 200. But I'm told I only have about 2 minutes left, so we do have an FT1 XDR we're giving away. Randy, do the honors.
Everybody has filled out one of these and
Yep. Make sure you get it in.
gotten one. I don't get one. I don't think they've gotten them on this side. They did. I need more tickets over here, Gene.
Yep. What's that? Huh? Yeah, I got one out of the table. We'll do that. I appreciate it, though. Yeah.
We've got radios on display in the cafeteria. We've got lots of literature there. Turn your mic back on. Turn your mic back on.
Yeah, brand new Yaesu hats over there.
The Yaesu hats are here, so on your way out, grab one of those. And if you have any D-Star questions, come see Scott or myself in our cafeteria area. Okay, waiting on one more.
And this is the latest radio. This has a 2.2 amp hour battery in it, new GPS module. Black version.
Jerry, you don't get one. No. We got 2 more coming. Okay.
Get it?
Get 2. Take those.
Everyone got theirs filled out?
Get one more here.
Not one more?
And
One more, Randy. Oh, get 2 more.
Are they not coming for the next talk?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll get one more real quickly, and then we're going to draw. I'm going to let you do the honors.
Oh, well. All right. Let's see here. Richard Fisher.
Yay!
Okay. There you go.
Like I said, come see us in the cafeteria, pick up literature.
If you have any questions about it, let me know.
Star and Fusion.
All right.
Yep.
That was the Great South Bay Amateur Radio Club.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Do you have a card?
Yeah, let me get one for you real quick.
They've been talking about wires, and I'm not sure if he knows all the.
Did you do a scan before you turned over?
Yeah, just send me an email.
He's the same, I believe. I don't know why I had this impending fear of being electrocuted.
Yeah, that's still gonna make a living. I've been down at A-Star pretty hard, so we're getting ready to begin. So check February 1st.
Yeah, because Bono Turbo.
Well, when I saw the performance
So it's above our pay grade. My connection with you, is it wired or wireless?
Wired.
Wired.
Once you connect your laptop, plug in the wire, launch the desktop presenter.
Don't have a wire.
Your Ethernet is this.
There it is. With no.
Yeah, no
No tang. Yeah.
Put it in carefully and don't touch it. Somebody broke it on me last year. I don't get reimbursed for anything, so.
Tell me next time. I got a crimp tool in the car.
It's got one too.
It's in the other car.
Yeah, but he's not volunteering to make one.
No, it's in the card. It's in New Jersey. It would take me a while.
I'm
to get
teasing you.
He's doing a presentation on once you've got it connected, launch the presenter program.
It's right here. I remember a couple of years ago, I come back on the right list.
Where is it in all programs?
I'm sorry, just what version of Windows are you using?
7.
7? Oh, then you probably have to Wirecast. It should be under or Telestream. I think your VGA cable is loose. Just click the start button and type desktop. And the desktop presenter should show up if you installed it. And once it's up, it's going to tell you what your IP address is. Please tell me what that is.
25.
192.168.2.25?
Negative. I got a public IP. Do you want me off of Wi-Fi?
Off of Wi-Fi, yes.
Okay, ready to copy? Yep. 192.168.1.2.
Huh? That's not correct.
I plugged the cable in. I was a good boy. I followed directions.
I think you automatically connected to another Wi-Fi.
No, Wi-Fi's off.
You have a static address set.
Okay. Actually, you are correct. We last worked on what? On firewalls. What am I doing? Address.
Hey, Carl. Hey, Kenny. How you doing?
It's really scraping low.
Close the desktop presenter and then reopen it. Yeah.
Carl, just think of it as 102. Just think of it as you got what you paid for. And you didn't pay to come in here. You paid out there, and that's good, but
No, I figured I'd come in and maybe I could learn something.
no. You're good?
Yeah, we're good.
Probably the biggest reason not to have your wife in amateur radio. They take all the good stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're using Wi-Fi, you must disconnect. Thank you.
Okay, is everybody ready to get started? How many of you today have DMR radios and are using DMR? How many of you know nothing about it and would like to learn about it? Okay. The good news is that's kind of where we're coming at this today. I'm not going to get a lot into details of exactly how to use it, meaning making QSOs and kind of stuff, but to give you a good education, to equip you to go out, maybe get that first radio, ask some slightly better questions when you don't know what you're doing and need some help. And that's really what we want to help you with. I'm losing my slides.
What's your laptop's resolution?
This projector took me to 600 by 800.
trying to do 1024 by 768, which I don't think it can.
Okay, we may have some video problems along the way, so we're just going to have to deal with it. DMR, I first got into DMR in May of last year. By the way, my name's Bernie Hunt, call sign's K2YO.
Hi, Bernie.
Obviously by that you know that I'm an amateur extra. I also have a commercial GROL license with the GMDSS maintainers license. Back last May, actually end of April, as a Limark, I'm a member of the Limark Technical Committee, and we were given the instruction to get a DMR repeater on the air. So first thing I did was ran home and got on Google and said, what's DMR? So I am not going to claim to be the expert. For those people that said they don't have a radio and have not ever been on DMR, I will claim to know more than you are because I read the book yesterday. For you guys that have been around DMR for a long time, I come to you and ask questions. The beautiful thing about DMR is that it's new and it's growing radically fast. The people in it that I've met have been some of the friendliest and most helpful people that I've met in ham radio. And I'm not saying there are unfriendly people in ham radio, but I'm saying that every time I've had to ask a really stupid question in DMR, I've had people come along and say, don't worry that it's stupid, here's your answer. And that's really something that helps us grow. Back in May of last year when we went to Dayton, we were looking for a repeater. At that time, there were 12,000 registered users on DMR, and there were, I believe, 1,200 repeaters. You can see that the numbers they have more than doubled on users since then. I did this presentation at a meeting back in, I believe it was November, and that number was 24,000 users. So it is growing incredibly rapid, almost exponentially. What is DMR? Basically, it's digital mobile radio. Okay, we can go home now. Some of the major networks in DMR, the big boys around are called DMR Mark. Those of you that haven't gotten into it yet, get familiar with DMR Mark. They are the people. They are, let's say, the authoritative agency in DMR today. Now, what does that mean? It just means that they're the ones that stepped up and said, we'll issue the IDs and make sure that nobody's IDs conflict, etc. They wield no power over you. They don't threaten you with anything. They're just the people that help keep us all organized so we're not stepping on toes. A couple of other good sites, the turbo.org, DMRNA, etc. Basically just good groups or good websites to go to get information. I believe these presentations are, you either got a CD or they're downloadable. Somehow you can get these. Worst case, look up my call sign, K2YO, on QRZ. My email address is on there. I'll be glad to email you this presentation. Now let's talk about what is DMR. The magic of DMR is not your local repeater. At Limark we use a Motorola repeater, and to put it bluntly, it is dumb, stupid. The repeater knows very little. Repeater takes audio in, repeater sends audio out. That's about all it does. The real magic is off in the network. As we look at this, these repeaters, the RPTs are repeaters. So down here is RF. That's where you're actually getting from your radio to your local repeater. Beyond that, that repeater is connected to something, generically it's called an access bridge. You'll most likely hear it called a C bridge. And that's basically the device which routes the audio through the network to get to the other place. My ability to key up my radio and talk to Ken is not magic. I can do that with an analog radio. There's nothing special about that. It's the fact that I can key up my radio and talk to my buddy in Los Angeles. That's now becoming magical. And that's all done through these C bridges. So every repeater, most likely, it doesn't have to be, but as a general concept, every repeater you use in DMR is connected to a C bridge. That C bridge is connected to other C bridges. Some of those C bridges are considered authoritative, like the DMR Mark CC1, CC2, NATS is another organization like DMR Mark, etc. So those are the authoritative ones. Any of you guys IT people? Okay. If you thought of this like DNS, you would not be incredibly wrong. That when I key up here and I say, I want to talk to this person, it's going to ask my C-bridge, do I know these people? No. It's going to ask a more authoritative source, do I know these people? And so that's really what all of these C-bridges out there are set up for, is to be able to get you connected and also to connect you with all the people you asked. So for example, if I key up on Linemark local, my local repeater keys up, the access bridge says, is there anybody else that's listening to that talk group? And if so, I'll key them up, but it doesn't even go out to anywhere else. If I key up on North America English, it's going to key up and say, hey, everybody else out there, he is on a group. DMR Mark is going to say, that's our group, therefore everybody that subscribes to DMR Mark pulls up that group. So when I key up on North America English, I'm keying up, go back to the previous slide, potentially 26,000 radios. Ooh, that's kind of cool. And we'll talk a little bit later about the responsibility of doing that you can annoy a lot of people very quickly. And some of the lessons that have been learned in DMR early on was that you can annoy a lot of people very quickly. Okay, what is DMR? We talked about as digital mobile radio. It actually was originally deployed in Europe. I'm not going to say the Europeans made it, that it's an international specification. They were earlier adopters than here in North America. It's divided into 3 different tiers, and I'm running quickly through this kind of stuff because the later on stuff we want to do more. Tier 1 we don't use as amateurs. These are the parameters of it. I'm going to spare you the gory details because we don't use Tier 1. As amateurs, we use Tier 2. You only need to remember this if you start buying a radio and they say, this is a DMR Tier 1 radio. Don't buy it, unless you like paperweights, because that's all it's worth to you. You need Tier 2 radios. Now, the good news is if you go to ConnectSys and buy a radio, you're going to get a Tier 2 radio because they're selling it to you as an amateur knowing what you're going to do with it. Just some concepts of it. The spectrum efficiency, we'll talk more about this in a minute, but basically one talk or one conversation is 6.25 kilohertz, significantly compressed from where we are with our FM today. Time slots can either be voice or data. IPsec, you'll hear that term thrown around a lot. That's the protocol that's out on the network. If you think of it in the model of different layers, it's a very high level. It runs above TCP. It's basically how does one bridge say, hey, other C bridges, what do you want to do? Most amateur radios or most amateur applications today are still using voice on both of the time slots. There are two time slots in this radio. There's not a lot of data going on. There may be in the future, don't really know, but the radios were designed conceptually that I can be talking on my radio and data could be streaming to this thing, maybe to a data terminal in my vehicle or wherever I am. Tier 3, we don't deal with Tier 3 yet. As a technology guy maintaining repeaters, I'm terribly interested in that adds trunking operation. That, yes, we said this has twice as many talk channels as my analog radio. At the rate it's growing, 2 ain't going to be enough. And that's the exciting thing about this is as we look at the amount of growth in DMR that we're going to have to start adopting this. And I have a certain amount of faith that there are some very smart guys out there already working on this. Remember the DMR Mark website I told you about? DMR, does everybody know what DMR means? What does Mark mean? It means Motorola Amateur Radio Club. So the guys at Mark are the guys that make this stuff. And that's what we're counting on, that they're the people that will keep pushing this forward, adding features to it. The vocoder, basically it's the same type technology as what D-Star uses. It's a slightly newer version. These slides were put together by some of the DMR Mark guys, so yes, they're obviously going to say that it sounds better. If they didn't, then they really should go home and get better marketing people. So does it sound better? I don't really know. I don't perceive a difference. The 2 slots. Well, first off, this slide is talking about the fact that our current analog, if you key up any of the repeaters around here on FM, you're chewing up 25 kilohertz of spectrum. And that's fine. We work on wideband. The businesses have all gone narrowband, but we stay at wideband just because nobody wants to change out all the repeaters. In DMR, first off, you're using up 12.5. Now, why is it 12.5? Well, part of the reason is because the FCC said that all business communications has to be 12.5 or less. DMR was not invented for us. I know that's terribly hard on all of you. I personally cried for weeks over it. They didn't make it just for me. They actually made it because there are infinitely more businesses out there buying radios than there are amateurs. I don't know, how many amateur operators are there? About 100,000, I think, 120 maybe. So we're just not a big market. The market for these things is every taxi cab, every bus, every police officer, every fireman, every service guy. That's the big market. And that's really where our radios are coming from. So they fit into the 12.5. We said that there are 2 voice channels on here. So those 2 voice channels effectively are interleaved. Red, blue, red, blue. The red and blue has no significance. They're just 2 colors that look different. But they are interleaved like that. Now, if you're only talking on one and the other one is not in use, it is still being sent as a blank frame. You don't suddenly compress this and send all red ones. You still send red, blue, red, blue. That's all part of the lower level protocol. And for those of you that really want to know that lower level protocol, I'm not going to bother going into it. There's plenty of stuff you can read off the web and learn how to do it. If you really want to get into it and you're a real geek about it, look up the IEEE spec on DMR, and it's worth reading. I have read parts of it. I understood some of it. But it's interesting that people did put some thought to this. Oh, time slots. Time slots are called time slot 1 and time slot 2. That will be important. Remember that later on. I went back to school as an adult, and I very quickly realized that most professors telegraph what they're doing. Hugely so. And so when they maybe circle something on the board or maybe make some inflection that this is somehow more important than all the rest of that stuff, make a note of that because it's going to be on the test. So, yes, that will be on the test later. Okay. We're talking more about there's two time slots on it. Most DMR repeaters are 2 voice. There are people experimenting with one of those time slots being data. And we'll just have to see where it goes. I don't know of anybody here in the New York area that's doing that. As we see ARRLs, RACEs, et cetera, getting more into this, we may start seeing more of that. Later on, when we look at a map, is anybody here from Connecticut? Bastards. We'll see in a minute. In a few minutes, we'll see why I said that. Connecticut has a lot of DMR stuff going on. More than Long Island. 10 times more than Long Island. Now, there's a third of as many people in Connecticut in the whole state as there are on Long Island, but they've got a huge amount of repeaters. So I call you bad names only out of jealousy and my own inferiority to what you guys have.
1 repeater, month 1.
Mm-hmm.
30 repeaters, month 6.
I understand. Do you have to rub it in? That's not being sportsmanlike.
Well, I'm giving you some encouragement, a target to shoot for.
No. I don't have budget. Okay. 2 time slots, more details. If anyone is involved in low-level networking, socket programming, that kind of stuff, this is basically the protocol of how it works. Those of you that are getting ready to buy your first radio, there will not be any test on that part of it. Okay, even more so, as if the previous slide didn't bore you to death, now we could talk about what's inside the frame. Once again, we're going to skip over that, mainly because I don't want to scare myself. These are the things we're going to be talking about now. Talk groups. When you think about your analog radio, you get a new radio. You got the programming software. You need to use those 10,000 channels that you can put frequencies into so you can talk to all those different people. And on your analog radio, you always say, hey, meet me on this frequency. That doesn't really exist in DMR. Yes, there are frequencies. There have to be. There's RF. But I would now say, meet me on this talk group. What is a talk group? A talk group is a software construct of like-intentioned users. So if I go to a group, I mentioned earlier, the North American English group, that means that people in North America that want to speak English are there. There's a North American Spanish group. I can go there, but if I'm like-minded to speak French, I'm not going to find a lot of friends there. And I may find some people in Spanish very rudely telling me, can't you read the name of the talk group? And so there are various talk groups. We'll get more into details in them, but a talk group is just a construct. In what you will see it as in programming, it's a 4-digit number. What the significance of those numbers are nil. It's just that's the identifier. So if I have a talk group numbered 396, means nothing other than that's where you and you and you and you are all going to go when we say let's go to the talk group that Bernie just made. Now, only one talk group can. Only one talk group per time slot. We're going to get into. Do we? I don't know if we get into time slots in a minute or not. But we said there are 2 time slots in my radio. Now we're saying that we're going to use talk groups to identify who we want to key up on that radio. I can't have the same talk group on 2 time slots. Because on my radio, we said it's the unique identifier of the group that I want to communicate with. If I have it on both time slots, then it's no longer unique. And so a talk group is unique related to a time slot. If you try to put it on 2 time slots in your radio, the programming software will say, no, you can't do that. If your radio is not programmed to listen to a talk group, you won't hear it. So for example, my Spanish is terrible, so my radio does not have North American Spanish in it. Not there, I'm sorry, I don't want to be that rude to people to even try. So I don't ever hear somebody calling on that. If my buddy in the Bronx is trying to call me on it, I will not hear it because it's not in my radio. So conceptually, if you ever want to hear a talk group, it's got to be in your radio. And this is when you set up the programming in your radio. Zones. Zones are the ability to put together talk groups into a bigger concept. Let's say that I live here and I work in South New Jersey. I work in Trenton. As I go to work, I've got one set of talk groups and the local programming that I use here on Long Island. But then when I go to Trenton, there's an entirely different setup. Now, I could lump all of those together and just have 20 different talk groups that I utilize, or I could put them into different zones so that when I get to work, I just flip my radio over to the work zone, and then I only see the ones that are related to that zone. For those of you that are just starting in DMR, do not use zones. It's only going to make it more confusing. There's enough things to confuse yourself with than having to add this one in. Once you get comfortable with what you're doing, then you can start adding this stuff in. Those of you, how many people here are involved in ARRLs, RACES, something like that? Zones are something that you will use heavily in that you may have your radio that you use every day with all the stuff you use every day, and then ARRLs may have a separate zone that they gave you of this is all ARRLs stuff. And when you're under pressure working an event, you may just restrict your radio down to that zone. Color codes. Color codes, I don't know why, but color codes are a different name for DCS tones, for PL tones, for all of those things that we have used for years. They're used for the same reason that we use them on analog repeaters in high RF environments. It gives you the ability to restrict a repeater's frequency to a particular type of transmission. That there may be 2 repeaters on a same frequency 100 miles apart, and occasionally they can hear each other. Color codes, like PL tones, just give you the ability to have selectivity in those environments. It's important that you do have them set correctly. If you do not have the color code set directly, you will not even play at all. So it's like a PL tone. How many of us have sat around going, why isn't the damn repeater listening to me? And it's usually because you didn't turn the PL tone on correctly. It's the exact same thing in the digital world. Code plugs. This is probably the biggest conceptual difference between analog radios and digital radios. First off, this radio, like every other DMR radio, with a minor exception, is not front panel programmable. If you say, Bernie, go to this talk group right now, I don't have it in my radio, I can't put it in my radio, and until I go to my laptop and program the radio to have it, I don't have it. Why is that so? Because this is a business radio. Business radios are not allowed to be front panel programmable. This was a business radio that I hijacked. I took my license, my permission from the SEC to use anything on any frequency. So I bought this and decided I would retask it to work on ham frequencies. I'm stuck with the restrictions that came with the original radio and what was in it. That is changing. This is a Connexus 750. They are coming out with, they have already come out with some, but they're coming out with amateur-specific features. Connect Systems out of California is probably DMR's best friend. They are the people that started selling radios into the DMR, into the amateur portion of DMR, and they are the only people really making radios targeted for amateurs. Motorola would love to sell you all the radios you want, but they're not going to make you custom features for it. Connect System is. So this radio in particular, this model, I can program some limited stuff in. But as a general concept, DMR radio, if you did not program it before you left home, you will not program it till you get back home. Now, let's talk about code plugs. The code plug is a structure. It's a, think of it, the easiest way to think of it, it's a file. It's a bunch of data packed into a specific format, encrypted in a certain way, and that's the programming for this radio. And so literally when I program my radio, I'm building a code plug on my computer. I'm then transferring it into the radio and running it on the radio. This model of chunk of data, download chunk of data, upload chunk of data, really exists. If you use Chirp today, you're using code plugs. You just don't use that terminology. The term code plug came out of the commercial market. We as amateurs, in my opinion, we should just all adopt it. That if you're using Chirp on your analog radio, you're still moving code plugs around. And what we want to start thinking about is that code plugs are shareable. One of the things I'm going to tell you later on is when you get your first radio, you're going to say, how do I get a code plug for it? Your best option is go to your local plug and say, hey, I just got a new radio. Does anybody have one that works in this model that could help me? And that's how we all get started. When I got my first radio, first thing I did, I went on the internet and said, anybody got a code plug they can help me with? And that's how we get started. Scanning. Scanning exists in DMR the same way as it does in your analog radio. It's a little different because we're not scanning frequencies anymore, we're scanning talk groups. And so as we're blowing through all these talk groups, in a minute we'll get into some protocol issues, some behavioral issues, and then we will specifically talk about how that impacts scanning. The problem with scanning is as I'm scanning, all of a sudden somebody's talking. I have to look at my radio to know what talk group it is to understand who it is that's talking. And that's a little bit different than you have to in today's analog world. And so it is possible to scan. Many people do scan. As a user, you're going to want to help those people that are scanning. Conceptually, when I make a call on the North America group. I say this is K2YO looking for a demonstration on North America talk group. Now, everybody that's scanning, their radio, they heard that blurb go by. They reach for the radio after they put down their cup of coffee. The radio's 6 talk groups later. But they heard me say North America, so they now know to grab their radio, dial back to North America, and then answer me on North America. One of the things we have to remember is that our options with these things are infinitely bigger than they were than your analog radios. I will freely admit my analog radio has 1 frequency in it. It's the only one, it's in my car. I drive. I don't play around with the dial. It's dangerous. You don't want me playing around dialing through frequencies. So I have 1 frequency in my analog radio. These things now have the equivalent to hundreds of. Roaming. Roaming is something that's just starting to become important around here. It's the ability to have a talk group attached to multiple repeaters. You say, but Bernie, we just said we could do that. No, I'm not talking about up through the sea bridge and stuff. I'm talking about in my radio that I have a talk group called Bernie's Talk Group. It's 3125. I just made that up, so don't bother writing it down. And that's available in their repeater and in their repeater. And I drive back and forth every day. And you can now tell that repeater has a different frequency than that one does, different color codes, etc. I can tell my radio that look for this talk group on that repeater or that repeater. And your radio now, as you move between repeater coverages, will pick which one gives it the best signal. We are just now starting to approach a density level on Long Island to where we can start doing that. When we had one repeater on Long Island, it really wasn't worth having roaming because it was there and not. It's a voting concept, but it's done in the radio versus in the repeater system. And it's also something that you can choose to do and he can choose not to do. Roaming and beaconing, just some more details. Beaconing is when repeaters advertise that they're roaming enabled. You can roam, meaning your radio will go out and try to hit repeaters looking for options. If the repeaters are beaconing, then they're saying, we are set up for roaming. Hey, come to us, we can roam. Hey, come to us, we can roam. And it just helps your radio not have to look for different repeaters to try to find the signal.
So if you were traveling across the country and you didn't write down everybody's frequencies, it would figure it out for you?
No, you would have to tell it, I'm going to roam over these 16 frequencies. But if you're out of range of 15 of those, it's still going to say, hey, are you there? And it's going to have to time out. And then the next one, hey, are you there? But you're nowhere near those repeaters. With beaconing, it can keep track of who you're nearby at any given moment. Does that make sense?
Kind of. I'm just trying to figure out if you were, let's say
Okay,
you were going to drive to Utah right now. And you might be able to
let me give you
your conversation.
Let me give you a practical example. I spoke to a gentleman who's from Indiana. Apparently, the entire state of Indiana is covered with DMR. When he drives into the southern end of Indiana, there are 3 repeaters that he can talk to. He can't talk to the 12 in the upper half of Indiana because he's out of range. His radio is still going to look for those repeaters. They're out of range, which means the radio has to say, hey, are you out there? And has to wait a reasonable amount of time to time out. That gobbles up time. If everybody is beaconing, then the 3 that it can hear, it hears 3 beacons saying, you're in range of me, and I deal with roaming. And so it's just a way of whether the radio has to ask repeater, are you out there, or the repeater solicits to the radio that you can connect to me.
If everybody was beaconing, let's say, in a perfect world, you could travel through and just find any of the beacons along the way.
Exactly. But think of beaconing as more of saving you time.
Yeah, but you have to have the frequency of the repeater.
Yes, it has to be pre-programmed in.
Your radio is not going to automatically put it in.
Correct. And it's really designed for a situation where you're moving longer distances and maybe out of range of some, and it keeps your radio from having to try to find the ones that it can't find.
It would have to be in the code plug, Bernie?
Yes. Oh, yes. This is absolutely in the code plug. Okay. Now let's talk about simplex. DMR offers something they call talk around. It's a button on the radio. You push that, and you now are talking simplex on the output of the repeater. Now, how many of you know that this is a mortal sin in ham radio? Any repeater operator here will tell you they will find you if you do that, and they will hunt you down, and they will use bad language towards you. You do not talk on the output of the repeater. Now, have we done it? Yeah, we've all done it occasionally, but it's bad protocol. In DMR, in the business world, they do it all the time. The radios have a feature for it. To get around this in the amateur world, they have set up simplex frequencies. And they're saying, look, if you want to go simplex, go to these simplex frequencies, use them on simplex, have them programmed into your radio. So when I'm talking to you and I say, let's go to simplex, how about simplex channel 1? And right now there's 4 of them. There will be more if more simplex traffic comes up. Simplex on a DMR radio is doable. It's really kind of like using a Formula One race car to go get milk. It's not its best usage, so don't buy one of these just to talk simplex. But when you do, these are the simplex frequencies. Those of you that are working in coordination in bigger groups, you'll probably see those frequencies programmed in as simplex 1, simplex 2, simplex 3, etc. Admit criteria. In our analog world, when I key up the mic on my radio, I'm spitting out RF immediately. It just goes. Whether anybody's hearing me or not, it doesn't care. It never checks to see if I'm in range of anything, and it gives me no feedback. How many of you have ever made a call on your radio and went, how come nobody will talk to me today? But then you come to find out you're 12 miles out of range of the repeater, and there's no way you were ever really going to get in. In the digital world, there is now a solution for that. When I key up my radio, it sends a signal to the repeater and says, this radio would like to talk to you, and that repeater then replies back. If I get there, let's see if this works. Hear that chirp? That means that I'm allowed to then transmit. It went round trip to the repeater, said, hey, Bernie wants to use this radio. The repeater said, yep, go ahead. Now let's take the antenna off. That tone says sorry. Now, why I couldn't communicate could be the repeater's busy. You know, the repeater can say no. It says Bernie wants to transmit now. The repeater can say no because somebody else is transmitting, or no because the IDer is going by, or no for any number of reasons. Or it just means that I never got there. So I don't, as the user, don't really know. And thinking about why these were built and how they were built, they didn't care that the user doesn't care about the details. The guy driving his bus wants to transmit, and if he can't transmit, that's all he needs to know. He doesn't need to know why, and he doesn't need to build his own radio, etc. So we as hams care, why can't I transmit now? Because we're also slightly impatient. Anyway, why am I talking about this? Emit criteria. When you go to program your radio, yes, ma'am?
So basically, every time you transmit, you have to push the torque switch twice.
No, I'm pushing it once.
Oh, okay, and then you wait for the return, and then you
Yeah, when I push the button, then I hear the beep, K2YO is testing.
Okay.
And so it's just you push it, once you get the beep, you go. If you get the other funny tone, you let go and then start over. The emit criteria. In DMR, typically the emit criteria that you use is called color code free. There are 4 different selections. One of them is just transmit. That's the closest equivalence to what your analog is. It'll get messy, people won't like you, and you'll wonder why people didn't respond to you. It's because somebody else was transmitting when you keyed up and you just didn't realize it. So color code free is the recommended one. I'm not going to go into the other 4 in any detail at all. What color code free means is when I go to transmit, it looks at what frequency I'm going to transmit on, at what color code I'm going to send, and it checks to see if anybody else is sending that color code. If they are, then it won't let me transmit. If they aren't, then I can go ahead and transmit. And this is probably the safest way of saying that I'm not going to transmit on top of somebody else. Technical detail, just trust it and live with it. Okay, did we get them? Yeah. Accessing a DMR repeater. So really the important things when you say, hey, Bernie, meet me on this new repeater on this talk group. Well, fundamentally, I've got to have the frequency, I've got to have the color code, a time slot, and a talk group. All of this information comes from the repeater organization. We'll see in a minute some of the local repeaters around here. They'll tell you, this is our repeater frequency, this is our color code, so we're halfway home. Time slots and talk groups go together. Time slots are a hardware issue. Talk groups are, we said, a software container. And so those two are really, once you get hooked up to your local, say, club repeater, then all you really deal with are just talk groups and time slots at that point. IPSC and bridges. I'm not going to get terribly into that. These are the actual C bridges that we talked about. These are the people that are actually taking care of the network. At Limark, we use what's called the Bronx Turbo Group. The Bronx Turbo Group has the C bridge that we're connected to. So any of the programming that we need, we go through them. What's a little scary is his name is Bernie also, and when you have a name like Bernie, you don't run into a lot of people that have the same name as you. So I'm still learning to deal with this as a semi-old man, that there's somebody else out there using my name.
Are you collecting red card?
Well, I can't because he knows more than I do. So I've got to be respectful. Who makes the C bridges? The company called Ravenet Systems are the people that actually built it. I'm not really good on the details of it, but I believe they built it for a specific application. The ham said, hey, a modification of that could work great for us. I've never spoken or met any of the Ravenet folks. Now, they distribute that. They don't want to be the distributor of the software. They don't want to be the tech support for the software. So 2 companies, Rayfield Communications. Rayfield owns the name C-Bridge. Bridgecom System calls it an MVR DMR, or an MV DMR. My preference between these, I've met the Bridgecom folks at Dayton. They're great people. They're friendly. They talk to you. So I like them. I've never met anybody from Rayfield. So I can't say they're bad people. Everybody uses Rayfield's name for it. If I called up Bridgecom and said, hi, I need to buy a C-Bridge, they will sell me a MB-DMR and really won't correct me on calling it a C-Bridge. Okay, the user radios. Where do I get a DMR radio? When these slides came out, and somewhere along here is I don't know if it's this one. One of the slides says you can't walk into an amateur radio store and buy a DMR radio. These slides are not that old. 3 months ago you couldn't, now you can. There are a number of, we don't have a lot of ham stores here on Long Island. Other parts of the country do have retail outlets that sell ham radio gear. And some of them are starting to carry Connexus radios, the TYTs, etc. So it is possible to get a DMR radio now. Oh, there we go. As of this date, you can't walk into an amateur radio. That's not true anymore. It's still true here on Long Island. Actually, we can, right now on Long Island, we can just stop at, you can't walk into an amateur radio store. So, yeah, one thing, a DMR one? No. One of the interesting points is that there are a ton of there are new radios. This I purchased new. There is a bunch of radios in the used market. You can use, for example, Motorola radios. I have some friends who are filthy rich and they go out and buy brand new Motorola radios, and I can't. I have a wife who occasionally looks at the budget and I can't do that. So I can go on eBay though and get gently used ones or refurbished ones, and so you can get either brand new to you equipment or brand new to the whole world equipment. And I recommend for those of you that are just starting out, don't go in the used market. Get a new radio. And we'll talk about more of that, of what you want to look for in that first radio. But do yourself a favor, the first time out, get a new radio. I bought a new radio first. Now I've got used radios. I'm willing to take some risk, but I don't want somebody's experience to be colored by the fact that they bought a radio off of eBay and it didn't work out quite the way they wanted. Buying a radio, you can go new or used. Be aware, there's UHF, VHF, and 900 meg DMR. So if you go on eBay and see DMR radios cheap, the odds are they're probably 2-meter stuff. The reason they're cheap is all amateur DMR stuff is on 440 now. So you can buy all kinds of cheap DMR radios. You will not be able to use them, at least not here on Long Island. There may be somebody in North America with a 2-meter DMR repeater. They're not here. Yeah, and that to me, that's a little far to go to use my radio. For you, it's closer to get there, but for me, it's a long way for me to get there. When you buy a radio, you must buy programming software. Why? Because we said you can't program it from here. Now, yes, you can go to your buddy and have your buddy program it, but when I like to program my radio at 3 in the morning, my buddy really gets annoyed when I call. So I decided to get my own. Now, when you get the software, buy the cable. I know it looks like some other cable you have. It's similar to some cable you have. It might be like something. Buy the cable. Trust me, you will be much happier once you just buy the cable. Yes, sir?
Are there components in there that change it from being a passive cable to an active cable?
Depends on the kind of radio you get. If it's a Motorola, yes. I'm going to say most all of them are. Anything that's a USB cable, most likely is.
But you have to be aware of chips that don't work and stuff like that, like these valve things.
Well, let me get into that point right now. If you are just starting at this, do not buy a radio from anyone that you cannot call on the telephone and say, "Help me." That includes eBay, the guy on the street corner, the swap meet out back, the whatever else. If you buy it from your buddy and he promises to answer your phone calls at 3 in the morning, then go ahead. Do not buy a radio without telephone support, and buy the cable from the people that sold you the radio and somebody you can call back and say, hey, it doesn't work now with this new update. And that's really where I got in trouble with one of the prolific chips. I bought it at a swap meet from some guy out of the back of his car, and that's the kind of warranty I got. So for DMR, buy it from a reputable source. We'll get into those sources in a minute. Things to consider: the number of channels. How many channels can I put in these things? Anybody know how many are in the new Connexus? It's okay, so there's 2,000 channels in here. Me, I have two friends. I have three because I pay the third one. I'm not sure what I would do with 2,000 channels, but I have the ability, and so just in case. Some people do have 2,000 channels in them.
So you don't have to call your friend at 3 in the morning, get this program done.
Just put all possibility. As soon as they make one that'll take 26,000, then I can just dump the whole database in it and not worry about programming. Display or not display. Obviously, this has a display. Does anybody have a TYT here? May I have it?
Oh, I don't have it with me.
Anybody have one here? You know what's really cool about being the presenter? He just gave me a radio. Thank you. And if you notice, my words were, may I have it? I didn't ask if I could use it, but I will give it back. The TYT obviously has a much bigger display compared to the Connexus. It's also in color. There are some niceties to it. When you can't read this size display without your glasses, you definitely can't read this one without your glasses. But that's just part of the challenge. But do figure out if you want a display or not. There are many DMR radios that don't have displays. Because when you work at the amusement park, do you really want to give the person that's picking up trash any choices beyond put it on channel 2? And he's got a knob that says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are some very simplistic radios, and they have their applications. Most of you as hams and experimenters first getting in probably do want to get a display radio just so you get a little more feedback as to what you're doing and some understanding as to what you're not doing. Quick funny story. We were at Dayton last year. I was with my buddy. We both had brand new DMR radios, and we're talking to Kevin on a local repeater. And I'm talking to Kevin, and he's talking to me back, and my buddy's saying, hey, Kevin, hey, Kevin. I'm hearing my buddy because he's standing right there. Kevin's ignoring him. I'm thinking, gee, did Kevin, is Kevin upset with him? Did he do something to upset Kevin? His radio was programmed wrong. It took us a few minutes to figure out what that little thing on the display meant, but we figured out that meant that he was in talk-around mode and wasn't going through the repeater. But I highly recommend when you're starting out with these things, get the displays. There are going to be times you're going to look at the displays and go, I have no idea what that means, but it's probably important or it wouldn't be on the display. DTMF keypad. DTMF keypads, there's not a lot of use for them in DMR right now. What they're probably going to get used for is maybe accessing some features, definitely for programming when they start letting us put programming in the front panel, et cetera. But right now there's not a lot of use for a DTMF keypad. They do sell radios without keypads. Yeah.
How about the text entry for messaging?
True, but there's nobody doing texting around here. Yeah. I need to keep moving. We got a lot to go. I will be around afterwards. You can ask me all the questions that you want. I got the high five sign, which is not that he's saying hello. It means worse things. GPS. Do not use GPS on your DMR radio. Why? Because DMR Mark said do not do it. Beyond that, remember what I said about they don't enforce anything upon you? This one they do. Don't use GPS on your radio. Apparently the ham network is not friendly with it. Bluetooth. I've got a couple of buddies with Bluetooth on their Motorola radios. They say it works great. I don't have the kind of money to have that radio. But someday when I do, then I will be able to say from personal experience, they said is it good? Carl, do you use it?
No.
No. No, it's not good, or no, you don't use it?
I don't use it.
You don't use it, okay. Kevin uses it and he swears by it. Analog capable. These are actually pretty good analog radios. In a high RF environment, these are very good radios. They're business radios, so they're not meant to be spectrum wide, and so they've got pretty tight front ends on them. So in areas where your buddies are just getting blown out with their Yaesu or ICOM type general coverage receiver, you won't be hearing as much. They're not perfect, but they're much tighter than a typical radio that we use today. External amplifiers. The biggest mistake that I have made in DMR in implementing it in our club was that I encouraged people to go out and buy one of these because they're cheap. These are $230. These are about $180 from Connexus. Not from Connexus. Connexus, and the reason I say Connexus is they answer their telephone. They're nice people. Now, once you've got one of them and want to buy the second one, go to his $110 deal, and it's the same radio. But the difference in what did I say, 180? The difference in 180 and 130 is $50 worth of support, which is probably worthwhile if you're just getting into it. What were we talking about? External amplifiers. The biggest sin that I made was I told people to go buy one of these. We're a mobile club. So you're in your car with your HT. What are cars also called? They're called, yes, they're Faraday cages. They're wonderful attenuators. Everybody gets their new radio, they program it up. Let's say they did it perfectly. They programmed it up, they key it up, and they can't get into the repeater because they live too far away, they're out of range, et cetera, et cetera. If you are, and the problem is that I can't put a brick on this. I can't put an external amplifier on it. Now, technically I can. Some of you guys that are in the RF business say, but Bernie, they make them. Yes, they make them, and they cost thousands of dollars. So, based on my budget, I can't do that. So, as a general concept, there are no DMR bricks. Young man over there is working on building one, so if you're interested in a DMR brick, talk to Eric, and when he gets it done, you'll be able to get one. My opinion is, if I'm going to spend 230 bucks for this thing, the same manufacturer sells a mobile unit for $280. The difference in this and the mobile unit is the mobile unit's got a lot more power. Any of you guys that are starting out that are planning on working mobile, just buy the mobile unit. It'll save you a lot of grief and a lot of headaches of trying to get 50 watts of performance out of 5 watts. Enough said. DMR radio suppliers, Motorola is probably the best one. I've got a Motorola, that thing is a tank. It's also expensive. Hytera, you're not going to see many of. Vertex Standard, you'll see them in the business market. Connect Systems is the probably the most popular one, and Tytera in the last couple of months has taken over. So that's really where you're going to end up going. Good operating practice we talked about. When I come on and I transmit, I say, this is Bernie, I'm on this talk group. Is anybody out there? That's the main part of this. To spend most of your time listening and not talking, I do not believe that. I do not support that, but the guys that gave me the slide says it's in there. So my opinion is, if you got a radio, talk on it. Do not over ID. That will actually upset some DMR people. Every time I hand it over to you, I don't need to tell you my call sign. I trust that you can remember it. A couple of good places to go. Did we cover these before? No, we didn't. Let's talk about coverage. This is why I used bad language about our friend from Connecticut. Look at the coverage. Look at the coverage, or lack thereof. So,
Remember, our topography is different. We've got north, south.
Doesn't matter. You have more.
Yes. More is better.
More is just better. Around here, the main player is the Bronx Turbo. Into NSA is the website. It's a .net website. Is the best way to get all their details. These are the main repeaters around here. Specifically where we're sitting, it's Plainview, it's Glen Oaks. Those are the two we can hit. Okay? Well, I thank you for, these are just the talk groups you'll need when you get there. And we're done. I'm going to relinquish the floor. Anybody that has questions, definitely come up and ask them.
Here's a question though. Are all of these slides on the CD that we will get?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Except the numbers are wrong for how many people that have them.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Bernie?
Yes, sir.
On behalf of the HRU committee, I'd like to thank you.
Well, thank you.
Excellent presentation.
Thank you.
That'll cover the hole in the wall you threw your radio out.
Yeah. Yeah. Wait till they get the bill. The damages are horrendous.
How dependent on the internet, DMR?
Very dependent. To get from my radio to your radio, and we're in the same geographical area, not at all. But as soon as you want to
2.103. 2.103? 2.103. Did you launch the Neil, did you launch the presenter program? Did you launch the presenter program? I did not yet. What's it called again? Desktop presenter. It's called like a week ago. Good, I got signal. Thank you.
Hello? Testing? Do I have audio? All right, folks. Can we have quiet for a few minutes? I just need to do some audio tests, please. Just need to make sure everything is working right here. So I just need a little quiet. Yeah, I know. Well, it's on, so. Okay. Are you getting any audio? You can hear this? All right. The way I normally do these presentations is to walk around with an iPad, but we can't do that here, so I'm going to be shuffling a bit. So I didn't bring a clicker remote. Anyway, welcome to the SDR forum. It's my first year doing this. I want to try to dial things back a little bit to the beginning, because I know we probably have a lot of people in the room who may have tried to step into this world through the RTL SDR dongles because they're very inexpensive, and a lot of people get lost. So this is more of an informational session to try to show you where to get the information you need to get further. There's not a lot of show and tell with SDR unless you want to get into the high-end stuff, which is impressive looking. You know, there's a KX3 out there I know at the Limark booth, and I'll mention that if you want to take a look at it. But most of the equipment that I'm going to talk about is not very impressive to look at. So not a lot of show and tell in that area. But I have a couple things I will show off. So today we're going to look at, myself of course, a little bit of basic theory. I'm not going to get really deep into the theory because A, it would take forever, and B, I don't understand it past a certain point anywhere. So, brands and models, which is a pretty big deal. Software, the web-based solution, which I spend a lot of time on myself, and I want to show you why. And we'll do a small demo. We're not going to do a live demo with HF because it just doesn't work well in here. But I have some recordings, and I'll explain what the recordings are. And it's another great thing about SDR. And then we'll try to leave some room for Q&A. So, who is this Neil guy? I work for Sloan Kettering in information systems. I've been an IT guy with a few different companies. I actually worked for AOL for a while. It was a lot of fun. As much as you can say about AOL, but they downsized about 90%. So I was with that 90% that got laid off over the years. I'm an extra class ham. I've only been a ham for 4 years. One of the reasons why I'm not going to get really deep into the theory. Maybe 10 years from now, I will understand more. I maintain a web page called radiokitguide.com. When I first got involved in ham radio, I was thinking back to when I was a kid as an SWL. I built a Radio Shack regenerative receiver that probably some other people in this room built, and a number of other transistor radios and kits. I wanted to get back into it. The material available on the internet for kit building was not all in one place. A lot of the links were dead. I got very frustrated. So I came up with this web page to try to get everything all in one spot. And you're welcome to go there and take a look. I don't update it as often as I should. I do update it a couple times a year, but like right now, if any of you have heard, I need to remove Ramsey from the list. Let's all bow our heads. But Ramsey has exited the kit building business. What was that? On Amazon and on eBay. It wasn't dirt cheap, but there were some discounts on things. once everybody hears that they're going out of business, they're not going to have to lower their prices. I think everybody's just going to scramble to get that 40-meter transmitter that you've been wanting to buy for 5 years and haven't, pulled the trigger on. So we're all going to jump. I tend to look more at the frugal side of radio, which is how I started in computers. I built my first PC out of scrap on my dining room table, out of donations from several different people. And I was told, you can't do this with it, and I did it. And you can't do that with it, and I did it. I tend to be the same way in ham radio. My wife, who's in the crowd here, transmitter hunts with me, with a transmitter hunting group. And we frequently do well finding the transmitter with no Doppler and an all-mode Kenwood that I paid $5 for at a garage sale. So I get a lot of enjoyment out of the hobby for a minimal investment. I moderated Linux for ham radio this morning at 9. So we're going to touch on a little bit of that here too. And I'm just an all-around nerd. I'm an information geek. I can't know enough about everything. I just like to read about anything technical. So how does it work? Look at the name, software-defined radio. Software-defined. So processors, computers are getting faster and faster, and there's more and more we can do with them, not just in a computer, but in embedded devices. How many of you have a Baofeng HT? All right. So the existence of a dual band radio for $26, okay, is because we can emulate a lot of the function that we used to have to use discrete components for in microprocessors. A Baofeng is not a software-defined radio per se, but it uses DSP. Anybody shortwave listener? You have a Texon radio? Those DSP radios that Texon and DGen make, same idea, radio on a chip. We can do that now because these things are fast enough. So emulation, real quick, we'll exit from the screen. We can make a computer think it's another computer. This is Linux here. I can run 2 or 3 of these at the same time. I can be running Mac OS, which is the base OS here, and a Windows session, a Linux session, everything else. And anything I run in this thinks it's running it on a Linux computer. It fools it. Well, this is why software-defined radio is possible, because we have the ability to emulate things in software that we used to need hardware for. So radio, software-defined radio. What's a radio? RF, signal processing, and a user interface. So we have an RF portion that's receiving the signals. We process those signals, and then we have an interface so we can control it. In its most basic form, a crystal radio, right? Okay. What's my RF portion here? The coil. Possibly you might include the diode in the RF portion. Signal processing, okay. The diode, the crystal earphone, and the tuning cap. What's my user interface on this? It's actually missing. They forgot to install it. Exactly. The knob is the user interface. If I had a volume control, that would be part of it too. But that's the most basic way you can look at it. So how does it work? So the RF part is handled by the SDR unit itself. Now there's different kinds of SDR, which we'll get into. But here in this foil pouch, I have one that a lot of people have heard of, if I can get it open. So this is a Tony Parks RX-TX. This particular one is I think this is a 30, 20, 17. So it'll do 30, 20, and 17 meters transceive at about a watt, any mode you want, because that's all done in the software. But this is the RF portion. This is receiving the signals. Signal processing is in computer hardware and or software. Sometimes the analog to digital conversion is done in the SDR that you buy. Sometimes it's done by a sound card. The Tony Parks kits are inexpensive because they're using a sound card for the analog to digital. So the user interface is software. Point and click, graphical, and we get a lot of really cool features that you can get on a high-end HF rig, but not on a low-end one. How does it work? Math. It's all about math. This site, and once I didn't mention this, but by Tuesday morning, I will have all pertinent links up on my website, and you'll have that address before you leave. I have a limited number of handouts for those of you who aren't web savvy, who just need to know where to go. There's not much information on it, but it'll give you the link at least to my website and a couple other things. I found a really good layman's technical description on this website. So, the Pythagorean theorem. C squared equals A squared plus B squared. Like I said, this is going to be very basic. And I know I'm oversimplifying. So if you know two sides of a right triangle, you can figure out the third. That's what that says. So here's a little diagram. So software-defined radio gives us two streams, what they call I and Q, which are those two components there. Right. In phase and quadrature. Once again, there's that site again. So basically it says if you know the frequency and the I and Q and you sample enough data points, you have enough information to completely characterize an analog signal from that data. So you can rebuild the original analog signal. So that's how we get that signal into the computer. Sound card based. Soft Rock, which are these. Tony makes a whole line of these, mostly receivers. He has a light model, which is crystal based and simply receives a certain bandwidth on each side of the center frequency that the crystal is on. How much bandwidth? That depends on your sound card. That's how that works. So if you throw a 96 kilohertz sampling sound card at it, you'll get 96 kilohertz of spectrum out of it. They have a receiver that looks a lot like this that receives pretty much all of HF. He has a low F model, if you want to get into the new VLF bands that are coming, and he has a VHF UHF one.
What do they typically run?
The RXTX, the kit is $89. It does have some surface mount work for $89. He will assemble one for you, and I think it's $129 for an assembled one. I bought this one assembled. Yes, I run RadioKitGuide.com, and I bought it assembled. I hang my head in shame. Main reason was I wanted to have it in time for this, and now that I have one that Tony built himself, I can buy another one for another band set and use this as my guide for the next one that I want to build. So that's the Soft Rocks. Soft 66 is one I talk about a lot. It's not very popular. I talk about it because even though I can barely understand the man when I talk to him, the man who owns the Soft 66 company has been very good and very supportive. And his instructions are terrible because they don't translate well. But they're good little radios. And he also makes a receiver, which comes in a nice little case. And he has something like the Tony Parks Lite model, also crystal controlled. But his has some interesting features that Tony's doesn't.
Power SDR with that too, right?
Power SDR?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's necessarily sound card based.
I don't know, can you?
What was it?
It's I and Q.
Oh, can you use Power SDR?
Yes.
as long as it'll take a sound card input. The issue you run into is with control. So like with the Soft 66 ones, you can pretty much only use it with, I think, like WinRAD, HD SDR, and a couple others. He does have instructions that tell you that. And the problem is getting it to actually tune the radio. Tonys are a little more versatile. RTL based. How many people have tried an RTL dongle out? How many people want to? So, I mean, these are like $15. This one was $30. Reason is I bought this from Newelec. It's one of the companies that tests them first. And this is a model that has the updated R820T2 tuner. So it's supposed to be a little more sensitive. I figured I would try it. I mean, 15, 30, it's still a drop in the bucket. Yes, these are receive only. So don't forget, by the way, if you do buy one of these, don't forget to buy the MCX adapter because you're not going to find much that plugs into us except the worthless antenna that it comes with. So RTL based. They typically receive, with the R820T tuner, 24 megahertz through 1.7 gigahertz, I believe, officially. I mean, there's all sorts of ways to get outside of that range. If you want to use one for HF, you buy an up converter. The best up converter is probably the one from Newelec also. It's also the most expensive, but it's nice. They make a nice case for it. And then you can get pretty much from 500 kc through 30 megahertz on the HF side. The way the up converters work is if it's a 100 megahertz up converter, if you wanted to tune to 7.192, you would tune to 107.192. There is software that allows you to put in the offset so that it reads correctly. But if you don't have that, yeah, it's just a matter of doing the math in your head real quick. Add 100 to it. You can. I mean, you know, for $15, we don't expect perfection. You know, I have a repeater by me that's line of sight. And, you know, when that thing goes off, I can pick it up on my eyeglasses. I mean, you know, so that tends to cause a bit of a dynamic range problem for me. But the newer ones have been a lot better. So even when that repeater's in use, I seem to be much better with it. Once again, if you've been in this market and you've looked through all the listings in eBay, you'll see there's like 50 different ones. Because does anybody know what this was originally designed for?
Cable TV in Europe.
Yeah, European digital television. It doesn't work here for television, but so we're not using it for its original purpose. There's a question?
Actually, I was going to tell the guy if you use a low-pass filter in the output of your receiver, it'll take the FM out.
Yeah. So yeah, you can always add filtering to these.
Put a link up in
Very true.
It's good for the HF because the broadcast will kill you.
I also listed the FunCube dongle on here, which is actually how a lot of this started. The FunCube dongle was a purpose-built device like this, which is made more for that purpose. It costs a lot more, but somebody happened to dig a little bit and realize that hardware-wise they were almost the same, and that's where this came from. And they adapted the drivers for it, and now we have this whole RTL SDR culture. Built-in ADCs, no sound card required. There's a lot of these. I didn't list them all, but Flex, Omnia, AirSpy, SDR Play, RSP, Hack RF1, Blade RF, Bonito, Perseus, RF Space. There's a lot of them. Commercial products, mainstream commercial products. You can go to Universal Radio and buy one of these. Some of these started as mental block, Kickstarter. There's a couple of them that started as Kickstarter projects. Most of them are receivers. Some of them are transceivers. The Flex series. Anybody have a Flex radio? Yeah. Yeah. And the 1000 was a sound card based. So these are neat. The one on here that probably nobody recognizes is the Omnia. Anybody ever heard of that? Anybody ever heard of the P-Berry? So there was a write-up, I think, in QST on the P-Berry a couple of years ago. It's similar to Tony Park's SoftRock RX-TX, but it has the built-in ADC. And it's so similar that it'll fit into the same case that Tony was selling for his. They shut down the Peaberry project, and somebody else restarted it as Omnia SDR. They just shipped their first 10 boards this week. So keep an eye on that one. They're going to sell a different version of the kit, which Peaberry did not, with all the surface mount done. So all you have to do is install and make the toroids and any of the through-hole parts, and a couple of little surface mount parts that are band specific, because you have to choose which band set you want to use it on. Self-contained, with the computer inside. A lot of our modern HF rigs are basically SDRs with a nice microprocessor in there. Some of this started with some projects like the SDR Cube. Has anybody looked into that? It's a little self-contained unit that you actually put this board in, the Tony Parks RXTX. So there's a KX3, like I said, on the Limark table. It's basically an SDR in a self-contained package, but you can still get the INQ out of it and use it with a computer. Com radio. Anybody seen those? They're getting very popular. Just a receiver. And there's certainly a lot more of them. Yep. There's an extreme high end too that I'm not even going to get into today. So there's too much to cover in the amount of time. And any of these forums, we could cover half a day or more easily. So sound card SDR, we talked about the Tony Parks, the Ensemble 2 and 3 receivers, the Light, which is the crystal operated one, and the RXTX, which I have here. 5dash.com. He has a nice little website now that he sells them on, which is a big improvement to the way they used to do it. The Soft 66, which I mentioned, the LC4 is his sophisticated receiver, and the Light is the little crystal controlled one, which I'll show you what's neat about that one. But there's the URL for that. Once again, this will all be on my website. There's the RXTX, a little blow up of it, if you can't see it from the table. And those are the band splits I have up there. 160, 80, 40, 40, 30, 20, 30, 20, 17, 15, 12, 10 for the RXTX. Yeah.
Can you buy 80, 40, and 20 and not in those same exact groups of three?
You can modify these to do different band splits, but probably maybe with a little bit of help from Tony, he'll help you pick out the parts to make it work that way. But I did ask him about using them outside of the specified bands, and you really have to use your own low-pass filters with it. In fact, the 30 2017 that I ordered comes with components for a 30-meter low-pass filter. They don't recommend using it on 30 without the LPF. So he said, and there's people in the forums, there's great forums for these things that use them outside of their specified bands, but your power output will be greatly reduced, which when you're dealing with a 1-watt radio, greatly reduced doesn't sound so good. Not necessarily, no. You have to change too many components over. So there are projects. There's a project a guy just started to turn this into an all band, basically, with a relay controlled LPF and everything. So, and there's a few that have already existed that'll do that. Yeah. I haven't tried it. I would say there's no reason why it wouldn't work, but we all know how Windows can be with USB conflicts sometimes, especially as ham radio operators. We've all fought with USB to serial adapters when you're dealing with multiple ones. Things tend to float on reboots even sometimes. So this is the Soft 66 Lite, and you'll see what the neat trick is with this one, is you can make these little plug-in bandpass filters. Once again, this is a receiver only, but still, it's neat. So I think for the $20 or $25 he sells the kit for, you can operate it on multiple sections of the bands. And he gives you the components for a couple of them. It's all about the dongles. RTL SDR dongles. Like we said, European digital TV receivers. It's a Realtek 2832 U chip with a, I think, what's R? Raphael?
Yes.
Raphael Micro, 820T tuner. They had started with a different tuner chip. The original one was the Elonix 4000, and I think Elonix went out of business, and that's why they changed. Built-in ADC. Effective range 24 megahertz to 1766 megahertz. You're seeing all of these direct sampling RTL sticks coming out that have been modified to go outside of this range, but there's very little filtering, so that's where you need those external filters, because you're going to get all sorts of crazy birdies and images.
Neil, they were marketing them specifically for picking up some beacon frequency the planes are all having on them now. It's like,
I'm going to cover that. Up converters available to receive HF, and there's integrated models where everything's all in one package. Cheap. $15 to $30. I've seen them for less. Once again, when you look on eBay, you'll see a bunch of different styles and brands, but I would stick with Nooelec because they do test their dongles first before they ship them out.
How do you spell that?
Nooelec. They're on Amazon. They have an Amazon store. Other uses. So this is where we get into that. ADS-B airplane tracking. I demoed this at a Limark meeting. It works. You use it with a Linux source. I actually was running mine off of a Raspberry Pi. And I could connect to it from outside. So the Raspberry Pi was at home with an antenna. And you get software on the other end that takes the ADS-B signal and maps it onto a Google Maps source. So you bring it up in a browser, and it shows you the airplanes it's receiving in your area, where they are. You click on an airplane, it gives you the flight number, the airline. It's scary when you think, because this is all freely available information. This is what they want to replace a lot of air traffic control with. But it's neat to watch, especially if you're an aircraft guy. So.
It's very insensitive and gives very small percentage of the airplane.
Well, you'd be surprised. I mean, I live in Huntington. There's not a lot of planes flying over Huntington at any given time, and I get usually quite a few if I use my outside antenna. But you can build an antenna specifically for this. There's a project for a collinear antenna for ADS-B that'll give you really nice results if you really want to get into this.
Too close to Kennedy Airport. Too much fruit.
SDR power for monitoring. If there's a specific frequency that you're interested in monitoring to see what's going on it, you can collect data for signal strength and a number of other, what else does SDR power output? It's signal strength, bandwidth, signal to noise ratio.
you actually on the routine, you tell it what bandwidth you want, the bins, you define the size of the bins, and it's going to give you power per bin.
Okay.
So when you ask, it's a routine, you ask certain inputs, and then you get the outputs. But you get a spectrum, and you get a power density.
So it seems like it wouldn't be that useful, but if you really expand on that thought of what you can do with just that information.
But you can also report the INQ and then find it later.
Right.
Once you get smarter.
But another thing you can do with that is run a spectrum analyzer off of it. Yeah, and there's some really cool spectrum analyzer software now for these dongles, and a lot of it's free. So, $15 spectrum analyzer. Is it as good as a $3,000 spectrum analyzer? No. But a lot of us wouldn't even own a spectrum analyzer if it wasn't for this. It's just a neat way to look at things. Yes. It's the Harbor Freight Spectrum Analyzer. I mentioned direct sampling before. So you'll see these modded RTL SDRs, especially on eBay now. People are selling these modded ones in a little case, in a little box. It looks like the ones that have both the up converter and the RTL in one package, and I think that's what they're trying to do, is to make you think that's what you're buying, but it's just a modded regular dongle for direct sampling. And something as basic as FM stereo. You can receive FM signals in stereo with the RDS stream. with the display. You could look at the RDS data. Even in Linux, there's a piece of software that'll take a dump of the RDS data to a file for you. So you can analyze what the stations are actually sending out over their RDS channel. Here's the Newelec Hammett up converter with one of their dongles. That one's in a case, obviously. You can buy it without the case. This is one of the combo ones. So our friend at Soft66 from Japan is one of the sources for these again. And you can see what's going on here. I mean, there's a dongle embedded in here, and then the up converter around it. And it just has a switch where you can switch it in and out, and 2 separate antenna inputs. Once again, why do I talk about his stuff? This is $39 in a case. Yeah. This is both HF and VHF UHF. It has the up converter already in it. Receiving only. These are receiving only.
Is that kit or
Completed. Yeah, a lot of his stuff is assembled now.
Does anybody make a dongle that could be used to, let's say, be a frequency, like if I have an unknown frequency out of a walkie-talkie, key it up and it'll tell me what frequency it is?
Well, the spectrum analyzer. Yeah. So you can, when we look at the software, there's a piece of software that is the most popular one for the dongles that has a lot of plugins, and that's one of the plugins. But there's spectrum analyzer software to work with these. Kevin. Is Kevin in here? I saw him before. He left. We had a wayward repeater we were trying to find recently, and I actually stumbled on it myself before someone even asked me to help them find it, just by looking at a large swath of spectrum, and I kept seeing this little peak come up and go away at regular intervals, come up and go away. So I tuned it in and listened to it, and it was a repeater that had fallen into some sort of error condition, and it just kept cycling and cycling and cycling. And then literally a day later, someone called me and asked me to help them find it. So yeah, definitely. And even without the spectrum analyzer software, you can look at enough spectrum at one time, usually to see what's going on a band with the RTLs. You need a fast computer. That's another thing we'll touch. Here's the Flex 1500. This is a transceiver. Pretty much self-contained. You're just going to use the software to run it. The key does hook directly up to it in this case. There's a key jack. Here's the Omnia SDR I was talking about before. So this is one that it's the same form factor as the Tony Parks. Just started shipping. And their band splits are a little nicer than Tony's. Better choices.
I'm going to say the Flex 1500 works great as a panoramic display for any of your transceivers that have an IF output.
Yeah. There's a few of these on the market that you can use to add the spectrum display or the pan adapter, as Ellicraft calls it, right, to an existing radio that has an IF output. Yes, definitely. Yeah. There's even a nice kit from England if you like building stuff that's on the radio kit guide page just for that. Yeah.
Do you know what the bandwidth of that, what slot, what spectrum you can display at one time? Is it 96 kilohertz?
With this one, I'm actually not sure. I don't know the answer. I know on the website he probably says.
Yeah, if you have a Flex, you can actually call them and they will actually give you a code to unlock the transmit. You have to have a business reason with a letterhead, but it could be anything from I'm a Mars operator to I work for X company and we're going to be doing this.
Yep.
And let me tell you that it makes for a really, really handy signal source when you're looking to generate, complex waveforms in conflict with other things and try to speed up on things.
Yeah. So yes, as a signal generator.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm sure you can get the power down low enough that it's
very controllable.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. So that's another use. What's it, the 1500's around $700?
$700 bucks.
Yeah.
And there's used ones around usually for about $500 bucks.
So KX3. I love these things. I consider it the ultimate QRP rig. But It is a software-defined radio, and you can use it as such. They make a nice pan adapter for it now, which I think we have on display at our booth. But you could just hook a computer up to it. So, this slide's not loading in the right order. Software for Windows. HDSDR, we'll look at. I think that grew out of WinRadio when they stopped developing WinRadio. SDR Sharp is the most popular one for the dongles. SDR Radio. This one, I think RF Space sponsors this one because they talk about the RF Space rigs a lot on their website. But it'll work with the dongles, it'll work with the Tony Parks ones, and a few others. And you can stream over the internet from remote receivers with SDR Radio. HDSDR transmits. These other ones do not. Linrad, I think, will transmit. Linrad is not as much a piece of software as it is like a Lego set. That's the best way I can describe it. It's difficult to use because you have to sit there and build it. You build the interface the way you want it. You add the features that you want. But there's some good guides for getting it to work. If you join the SoftRock Yahoo group, there's a guy who just recently posted the step-by-step that he used to get his RxTX running in Linrad. And from the name, yes, it did come from the Linux world originally, but it's been ported to everything else. These other ones up here, Cubic SDR, a little newer, CU SDR, Power SDR, QT Radio. QT Radio is one that comes with a server component on Linux so that you can use your rig remotely because it allows you to transmit remotely. And I think it actually carries the audio stream internally instead of having to use Skype, which is different. I could be wrong on that. Mac OS. Linrad again. DSP radio. This one transmits. GQRX is our stand-in for SDR Sharp on the Mac. There are some articles on how to get SDR Sharp running, but it's a bit of a work. Cubic SDR. I have SDR Sharp listed on here, but yeah, you have to pretty much compile it from the source and run it on the mono libraries. And then I've heard that you can't do it with the newest version. So you have to go back a version or two to actually get this to work. Just use GQRX, which is still not an easy install because you have to install something called Mac ports first to get GQRX to work. Unfortunately for us Mac and Linux people, it's a tough road. Windows is more SDR friendly, definitely. Linux. Linrad again. GQRX again. Cubic SDR, a lot of the same. And why are the choices same for Mac and Linux? Because they're similar OSs. They come from the same root design. But there are some others in Linux. Quisk, I believe, for transmitting is one of your options. Mobile. Pocket RxTX on Android. WebSDR in your browser. Oh no, Pocket RxTX, I'm sorry, is a multi-purpose app. It'll connect through Ham Radio Deluxe back to a regular rig, but it will also allow you to control a web SDR server just for receiving. It's a really nice interface if anybody's ever seen it. It looks like a radio. It has a little tuning knob that you twirl your finger on and everything. And some people don't even know the feature is there. There's this little tiny lined control up where the frequency display is. If you pull it down, there's a waterfall display in it. It's a great little piece of software. GLSDR is another Android app. This one, if you set up the server, which is related to QT radio, which we already discussed, allows you to use your rig from your Android phone. Kind of cool. Transmitting and receiving. Requires the server component, obviously, if you're going to use it for that, but you can just receive with it. SDR Touch for Android is for the dongles, but it won't work on just any Android device. You have to use the OTG adapter to get this into the little micro port on your Android device, and I'm pretty sure it has to be rooted. You have to have which rooting in the Android world is the equivalent of jailbreaking in the Apple world. So you have to unlock your phone to get it to actually work. But it's nice with a tablet. WebSDR in a browser on an Android device works great. They even have a mobile version of it if you have a slower Android device that doesn't like the full interface. And on iOS, all we have is ISDR, I believe. Does anybody know of anything else? But I think that's still the only one. It's just for receiving. Most people just use it to play the iQ saved files that we're going to look at the end here. They do make an interface so you can plug it into the audio output of a sound card-based SDR. But it's not very useful. There's not a whole lot you can do with SDR on an Apple device except using WebSDR in the browser.
That Android device, the dongle with the cable that goes to the Android, what does that give you? Does that have a frequency display?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you've seen what people use the dongles for, instead of a computer, you're going to use an Android tablet as the computer. That's all.
I have an Android tablet, and I want to find out, let's say, a walkie-talkie with an unknown frequency. I can key that walkie-talkie, and I'll see it on my Android tablet. That's what I'll do.
Yeah, but you're going to have to root the tablet, get the OTG adapter. And I have to say, one of the problems with Android is a minefield of hardware. And the difference between iOS and Android. iOS, Apple controls the hardware and the software. So they know what works. Android, Google has been very loose as to what they'll allow people to install Android on. So there's differences in hardware. So not everything works on every platform. So I can't guarantee that's going to work. But once again, Google is your friend. How many times have I said that today? In my first forum, I keep saying that. Google is your friend. Web-based. Anybody been on websdr.org? What a great project. I intend to set up a server, actually. I'm going to get one up and running. I'm not sure what frequencies I'm going to throw on it yet, but I will have one. So I think I'll be the first Long Island one. Right now, the closest one to us is in New Jersey. And I think he handles up to 20 users. We're going to take a look at it. Yep, K2SDR. We should get him in to talk. I'm sure he knows a hell of a lot more about this than I do. This choice of many servers all over the world. You can use it to check the bands. You know, if you want to see if 10 is open, there's a 10-meter one in Brazil, which would give you, similar ideas to what's going on 10. But you can look at the K2SDR one in New Jersey and see what the bands look like. What's really fun is to look at the waterfall display in the middle of a contest, because it's just this blob, There's so much going on. But once you zoom in, you can take those things apart, which is what's great about SDR. Right. So you can use it to check propagation. So if I want to connect to the one, there's the guy who writes the server software has this amazing WebSDR server that covers the full spectrum from 10 kilohertz to I think 29 megahertz. And it's a custom SDR. You can't buy this thing. He built it himself. He has pictures of the micro wiring he did on this thing to get it, it's very impressive. So tune into a frequency, try 40 meters, key up your rig, see if your signal's getting to the Netherlands. Then try 20, then try 15, then try 10. Check your own signal. You can do this with any of them all over the world and get an idea. Vary your power, see how low you can go and still get a signal. It's nice for monitoring the HF beacons too, because you can check a whole bunch of different locations and see what's getting where. I hear WebSDR. So the site that's popped up for the dongles, these things, rtlsdr.com, is actually a great resource for all things SDR. It's a great website. They have a list of software that's very current, very complete. Actually, I have to find out who runs this site because it's very well maintained. Really like using it. As far as what I'm doing here, neilgoldstein.com. My blog is called Fofio. I tell everybody it's the name of a dog, but it was the name of a dog, but it was the name of my imaginary friend when I was 3 years old. So everything got named Fofio. Wasn't until recently, by the way, that a friend of my late brothers figured out the origin of the name. It was actually the corruption of a 2-year-old trying to call his father's Volvo Fofio. That's how Volvo came out. I never knew that. I had long since forgotten it anyway. But so I post any of my presentations up there. So there's a link to the actual presentation, and I'll have a collection of links so you can find out what you're doing and where you need to go. They're going to kick us out of here, but we're going to do a couple of demos. Let me get out of here. All right. Yes, I just hard powered that one off. I know I'm not supposed to do that, but in the essence of time. So yeah, so this is Windows 10 running on a Mac.
It's not doing too well.
Oh, it's doing fine. I don't think I've ever explained that in public before. Hey, he's still around. Be careful. He's watching over my shoulder. Yeah, my family wasn't too happy opening up the door at night and yelling Fofio out the door to call the dog. Okay. I think we're up enough here. And once again, there's so much more to this. You know, you can't cover enough in 50 minutes. You really cannot. This is HDSDR. I have a couple different choices here.
2 minutes, Neil.
Okay. Here's my largest file. Is that coming over, or is the sound coming over? Okay. So you can see my waterfall display building here. All I have to do is click on one of these signals. You can see the breakdown here. I can mess with my filter graphically. As soon as I get the double arrows, expand out, narrow it down. Looks like there's a little tone. You can hear a beat in some of these signals. This is HDSDR. Trying to find something with a little bit of noise. Ah. So we have noise reduction.
Yeah, absolutely, Jim. You know, all it takes is a phone call and just let the employer know that you're not going to make it that day.
Now if I pull the noise reduction off,
don't get nervous over it.
Yeah. So this is one of the cool things about SDR is that you can record an entire swath of spectrum.
Okay, Jim, go ahead. Go back to whatever you're doing.
Analyze later.
And you guys might want to stop and you know, at least get a place to eat, a place to sit down and eat,
you can
and
go back and
maybe
hunt for the signals you missed,
water the horse a little bit,
things.
and take a break.
I was
Jim.
looking to use the notch
And,
filter here on something. If you hear the beat in there. And it's gone. But I can see it, so I can also manually notch that out. Obviously, you CW folks can imagine how useful this can be. Okay. But as you see, I can zoom in on these. All right. Didn't even get to use my antenna. Thank you.
What I'm personally interested in is, for example, my son works at Sunrise Mall in security, right?
Okay.
So I look up on the FCC, they give me 4 frequencies that are supposed to be allocated for them.
They're not using
They're
those.
not using any of those. So we're on a mysterious frequency. And then once I find the frequency, I know I can find the tone and everything else. You know what I'm saying? I have radios to do that, but I have no idea where to even start looking. So what I'm looking at is I do have this brand new pad that I got from, it's actually an Android product that I got from the phone company for free. So I could take that and I could go into his place, tell him, go ahead, keep the mic, or just wait till he has to talk. Boom.
I mean, there's scanners that would do this, where you could leave a scanner in hunt mode and it'll give you a list of what it finds. But
an RF sniffer.
yeah, but they have that software for the RTL SDR dongle, so you'll see graphically where it found signals.
And now, the pad I have actually has a USB port on it, but it is Android. That's the only thing.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering, what would work good?
You can buy these cheap Windows tablets now at Micro Center.
Yeah.
And because of the way Windows 10 uses SDRs for virtual memory, they're actually usable.
Yeah.
They're faster than you would think. You could something like that would work great because there's so much Windows software for SDR.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back to the roots with this. Was that a good thing to do?
Oh, it's excellent.
Okay.
I need my mic, and we have to get ready for the keynote.
Okay.
So you would have all that on your website?
I just pulled the windscreen off. Sorry.
Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Okay, so you're live.
Okay. I'm not, am I hearing myself?
No, you won't hear yourself. It's only for the...
Oh, okay.
Now I'm on. Okay, is that better? All right. Yeah, I didn't want to, the notes from the peanut gallery there. Anyway, it's okay. Thanks for everybody for coming to the New York City Long Island section convention. The weather wasn't our friend this morning, but in a way it wasn't snow, so that's a good thing. Everybody having a good time? It's a great, great, great affair. First, I'd like to, this is our 17th year. It's been the brainchild of Phil Lewis, N2MUN, since 1999. Day of education to share ideas, experiences, and fellowship among our amateur radio operators. Phil, are you here somewhere? He didn't make it. He didn't make it last year either, but that's all right. He's around anyway. All right. Thank you. I'd like to thank Chairman Tom Karuba, KA2D, and the HRU committee for putting their hard work, putting this thing together, and all the volunteers. The committee group, are they here? Anybody on the committee raise your hands or something? Anybody? Okay. Thank you very much for doing what you did. I'd like to thank Great South Bay Amateur Radio Club for taking the lead on this again, with our president, John Melfi. W2HCB did a great job. And I'd like to thank Briarcliffe College for the venue, and thank you very much for all their work. Without further ado, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker for this year's session, Dave Sumner, K1ZZ. Dave Sumner is the Chief Executive Officer of the Secretary of the American Radio Relay League. He's responsible to the ARRL Board of Directors for managing.
You're not going to read all of that,
Oh, yeah, I got to read it. Oh, you're in trouble now.
You're taking my whole talk.
I'm taking the whole talk. I knew I was going to get, okay, I'll cut it short. It's very easy. All right, Dave doesn't want me to read this, but okay, okay. First, he was licensed as KN1ZND at 1962 at age 13. Okay, now I've got to get rid of that. Then he went to become a staff volunteer at headquarters in 68, then became a big wheel. I'll let him do that. See all this stuff? He told me to say all this. You know, he did. He gave me a whole bunch of stuff, but I won't. But Dave is a graduate of Michigan State University, was very active in the radio club. He also held a master's in business administration from the University of Connecticut. I got a note here. It says, Dave does not want to talk about this year's Cotton Bowl. Is that true? I don't know. You're not a football fan? You didn't know that your college, Michigan State, was in the Cotton Bowl?
Yeah,
I got crushed. Yeah, I knew he didn't want to know about it. I know about it. It's a very good school, Michigan State. My daughter went there, so I know. All right. Anyway, this is a great school, and Dave's a great guy. It gives me a great pleasure to present your keynote speaker, Mr. ARRL. Dave,
Thanks, Jim, and you very cleverly pulled out of that 3 or 4 pages that you had all of the points that I was going to mention in about 2 minutes. But that's okay. It's good to be here, and thank you very much for that kind introduction. I was asked to come here because it's basically your last opportunity to throw tomatoes at me while I'm CEO and secretary. I'm planning to retire in May if the board of directors finds a successor. And that's next week's job for for Mike and the other 14 directors. As I say, Jim already said a bunch of this, so I won't dwell on it. I will show on the next slide why it happens that I went to Michigan State. I'm very pleased to have my wife Linda, KA1ZD, here. She has been my rock for the last 35 years, and I certainly couldn't have accomplished whatever it is I've accomplished without her support. And she's an active on-the-air radio amateur, as you would know if you operate the 10-meter contest or the 10 gigahertz contest, because that's our favorite spousal activity in the summer, is to go out and do hilltop and shoreline operations on 10 gigs. Our daughter is a licensed radio amateur, not active. She's an attorney down in Washington. My dad got his license actually when he retired. So he was about 20 years behind me, but he is NW7R, call sign he picked up in Arizona, although he's living back in Connecticut now. And yes, I do get on the air. So this is the club station at Michigan State University Amateur Radio Club circa 1968, and you can see why I ended up at MSU, because that's a Collins S line sitting there. That was a 30S1 behind me, and yes, that is me. That was a big factor in my choice of universities, I have to admit. I've never told my father that, by the way, but I think he figured it out. I remember the faculty advisor coming into the shack one afternoon. He was showing a visitor around, and he said, "Oh, and this is Dave Sumner. He's majoring in amateur radio." And even though that's not what it says on my diploma, he pretty much had it right. This is the current station, or actually almost the current station. This was taken about 3 or 4 years ago, and as Linda will tell you, every time she goes in the shack to operate, she finds that I've moved the gear around so she can't figure out where everything is. So that's something I will work on in retirement.
That's so she can't figure out you bought a new radio.
No, the radios, this is not a problem. This is not a problem. I have to be very careful about the audience I say this to, but you're all friends, so I will share it with you. Linda has only one complaint about our antennas. They're not big enough. Okay, so that's enough about me, at least for the moment. What I wanted to talk to you today about is to give you a snapshot of the state of amateur radio worldwide and in the US, and give you an idea of where ARRL is heading to make sure that I get to continue to enjoy amateur radio in my retirement, which is my main objective at this point. Once in a while you run into somebody who says, "Oh, ham radio is dying." Well, guess what? It is not. Ham radio is on a growth track that dates back to 2006. Some of you might remember what happened in 2006, which contributed to that growth. We have had 2 straight years of more than 30,000 new licenses issued. And interestingly, the last 3 years we have seen an upward trend in upgrades. And I'm personally very excited about that, because while you can do a lot on public service and even checking out propagation with a tech license, you get access to all of the frequency bands, not all of the frequencies, but all of the bands with a general license. And so upgrading to general, upgrading to extra is a big part of adding to your amateur radio involvement and enjoyment. Right now we have over 735,000 licensees as of the end of the year. And so things are going up in this country. That's not the case in other parts of the world necessarily. Japan peaked 20 years ago, and they now have less than a third as many licensees, station licenses, as they had in 1995. They do not have a, you don't have to renew your operator license, and so you may hear licensing numbers for Japan up in the 2 or 3 million range, and that's an accurate number, but it reflects how many operator licenses have ever been issued, because they never expire. And some people hold several licenses because as you upgrade in Japan, you add to that total even though you're the same person. In Europe, the licensing figures are trending downward slowly, although you wouldn't think that listening to the DX pileups, but in fact, there is some concern in Europe about that. There are some bright spots. China, when I became involved in ham radio these many years ago, mainland China was not on the air. Today, there are tens of thousands of licensed radio amateurs in the PRC, and they are quite active. You can find a BG or a BD or a BA station essentially every day, although some of them have trouble hearing us on the East Coast. And the main reason for that is the high noise level from the same sorts of noisy devices that we encounter here, except it's much, much worse over there, because that's the source of most of the electronics that generates the spectrum pollution that we all have to deal with today. Thailand is another bright spot. Well over 100,000 VHF licensees in Thailand, and they're working on getting more of their amateurs on HF. And Indonesia was an amazing bright spot. The IARU, International Amateur Radio Union Region 3 conference was held in Indonesia in October of last year. And the level of support that the Radio Association there had from the government for hosting that event was quite amazing. The Minister of Communications flew out from Jakarta to Bali to open the conference. The Lieutenant Governor of the province of Bali came to the opening ceremony. The governor apologized for not being there at the opening by inviting everybody, which is 90 people, to his official residence for dinner the following night. And the committee chairman that I supported as a secretary turned out, not only was he an active radio amateur and someone involved in the association, he also ended up the following month being the head of delegation of the Indonesian administration at the World Radio Communication Conference in Geneva. And the president and vice president of Indonesia are both licensed radio amateurs, although they didn't happen to make this particular conference. But it's an impressive country, certainly on the upward trend. Okay, looking a little more closely at amateur radio in the U.S., there's the number I talked about before. About half of the licensees are technicians. It includes an unknown number of people who don't live in the United States, so they get a license by passing an exam when they come over to visit Dayton Hamvention or some other convention, or they can get a license at home. We have volunteer exam teams operating around the world. So we don't really know how many of those 735,000 don't actually live in the US, nor do we know really how many of them are active versus inactive. Certainly a lot of the technician licensees are not active on a day-to-day basis, even some of the extras and advanced and general. But and of course novices, you very rarely hear a novice on the air anymore, because if somebody had a novice license and is active, they've generally upgraded, at least as far as tech. So I'm often asked when I am overseas, okay, Dave, amateur radio in the US is growing. It's not growing here. What's different? What can we do to make amateur radio grow here? And I say, well, one thing you can do is have more natural disasters. I'm sure that Storm Sandy raised the visibility of amateur radio in this part of the country. And of course, we run into this all the time all over the country with storm spotting, tornadoes, hurricanes, earthquakes, forest fires, you name it. We have a tradition of volunteerism in the United States that is the envy of other cultures, of other societies. It's something that is not the case, for example, in Europe. In Europe, if there's a disaster, people just turn to the government and expect that it's all going to be taken care of. Well, we're more self-reliant here. We have more of a tradition of that. And you all, I'm preaching to the choir in that regard. We have a lot of licenses that are still current that are held by people who have passed away or are no longer interested. You can renew it without paying any money. In many countries, it costs you maybe $80 or $100 a year to renew your license, and so that keeps the licensing numbers down. It incidentally keeps the percentage of licensees who are members of the national organization in these countries up, because in Germany, for example, DARC probably has 80% of the German radio amateurs as members. Part of the reason is because you pay a lot of money for a German amateur radio license, and so if you didn't renew, it doesn't show up as being a non-member of DARC. The other thing they do is they won't deliver QSL cards to you unless you're a member, but we don't do that. That's another thing that our volunteer QSL bureau volunteers, and I've had this conversation because I firmly believe that we are doing that to serve the amateur radio community and to serve the folks in other countries who are trying to get their cards here. And the volunteers agree with that. They say, look, if this was limited to ARRL members only, I wouldn't do this job because I'm doing it for the benefit of amateur radio, not for specifically ARRL. ARRL is a means to an end in making sure that amateur radio continues to grow and prosper. We have a lot more resources within the league than most countries have, of course, and it's been my privilege for the last 34 years to head up the headquarters operation, the headquarters staff of approximately 100 who provide a lot of those services, although we are basically, fundamentally, a volunteer organization. You all see this in QST rather regularly and see it on the website. The 5 pillars of ARRL are public service, advocacy, education, technology, and underlying it all, we can't do any of it without membership. So we talked about amateur radio in general. ARRL's mission is to advance the art, science, and enjoyment of amateur radio. At least that's what it is until the board meets next week and considers a revision to strategic plan. But I think we could say with reasonable certainty that nothing fundamental is going to change at that level. We've had 9 straight years of membership growth, the same years that we've had growth in licensing. We've have over 170,000 members today, the highest number we've had in over 20 years. And in the Hudson division, you've got about 6,500 ARRL members here in this division. And we have, we're financially strong, but as Mike said in the first forum today, in Jim's forum, we have had deficit budgets. We planned for deficits the last 2 years. Can't continue that forever. And so we did have a dues increase as of January 1st. One of the things that concerns me, and one of the problems that I'm sorry I'm passing on to my successor, is that while ARRL is very well represented among extra class licensees, half of the extra class licensees are ARRL members, but that percentage goes down to 7% among technicians. And so we're not doing as good a job of reaching technicians as we should be. And we will be talking about that in, next week at the board meeting, and I know that that's going to be a big part of how the board addresses our strategic plan in the future. Over half of the ARRL membership hold either an amateur extra or advanced class license. And we don't want this to be the amateur extra class radio relay league. That's not going to get the job done for amateur radio. So that's something we have to work on. Let's see. Why is this not progressing? Okay. 2014, we had a great celebration. How many of you were at the National Convention in July? Wow. Okay. Boy, there mustn't have been much traffic on Long Island that weekend. You were all up in Hartford. We had a great event. Friday night, two nights ago, I was in Dayton speaking at the Dayton Amateur Radio Association, which of course is sponsor of Hamvention. And we were not trying to compete with Dayton in terms of number of attendees, because that's primarily a commercial and flea market event. A lot of peripheral groups meet around Dayton because so many people are there. And of course, we run a great ARRL Expo at Dayton Hamvention every year, whether it's a national convention or not. And so I had to explain that we're not competing with you guys in that regard. They will be, by the way, they're planning to be right back at Hara Arena this year, rumors to the contrary notwithstanding. Dayton was one of the regional conventions in 2014. We had 5 others around the country because we didn't want the celebration to be limited to people who could travel to Hartford. On the air activity was fabulous. How many of you worked a W1AW portable station during the year? How many of you operated a W1AW station portable during the year? Quite a few. It was a great event. But that, we had the celebration. Now it's time to move on and think about the second century of ARRL. When you start thinking about strategic planning, it's fairly normal these days for organizations to do what's called a SWOT analysis, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And so I ran through that. These are actually my thoughts, although they track pretty well with what the strategic planning working group has done as well. And our history and tradition is certainly a great strength of the league and of amateur radio itself. We have great organizations. You have terrific local clubs, Great South Bay and others in this division. The International Amateur Radio Union is a group that is essentially all volunteer, doing the things at the international level that you all are doing at the local level to make sure that amateur radio is healthy in the international context. And that's an increasingly challenging context, as you can imagine. One of the great strengths, I believe, is that there are so many different things you can do in amateur radio today. That's part of the reason you have this Ham Radio University, is so you can explore different facets than you have personally experienced up to now. It doesn't matter that I've been licensed 54 years. I can learn something new. I can get excited about something new almost every day, every week. And besides, let's face it, these days geeks rule, and I don't personally take offense at having that term applied to me because, well, Bill Gates and others kind of solved that problem for us, but It's not a bad thing to be a geek these days, and even as a young person, I think you can take some pride and satisfaction from that. Okay, weaknesses. Well, the problem with having all of these different avenues that you can explore is that there is a tendency to break down into tribes, and warring tribes sometimes. You sometimes run into that on the air. You sometimes run into it within a club where somebody thinks that their interest isn't being adequately served. That's a weakness we have to constantly stay in mind, needs to be overcome. Obviously, the demographics are working against us in terms of age. We need more diversity in amateur radio, gender-wise and otherwise. The telecom world, of course, is exploding in terms of investment in wireless broadband, in satellites. Those are the topics that really an ITU World Radio Communication Conference is about those things. The fact that amateur radio international allocations also have to be considered in that context makes it very, very challenging, because we're competing for attention against Boeing and Lockheed and the companies that build satellites and the cell phone companies and so on. We do it with a team of volunteers, and it's a very, very effective team. But it takes constant work to maintain their attention. I will tell you that we're probably more successful at that at the ITU than we are currently at the FCC, but we'll continue to work on that. Finally, on this slide, there's one thing that I think kind of cries out for attention, and the board will be considering whether this is something that they want to include in the strategic plan when they look at that next week. And that is, there's not a good match between the requirements for a license and the privileges you gain as a result of that. And let me just use as an example. If I am trying to explain to somebody at the FCC why it is good public policy that you can, by passing a 35-question multiple choice exam, have the right to operate a 1,500 watt output radio transmitter on microwave frequencies, that's a tough sell. Particularly when that same 35-question exam does not entitle you to run 5 watts on 80 meters on PSK 31, just as an example. There is a mismatch there, and I think for the long-term health of amateur radio, it needs to be addressed. Well, we have great opportunities to share our passion. I think that's what keeps clubs really energized, is when people who have a passion about some aspect of amateur radio get to share that through their club with their friends and neighbors and family members. The internet is often cited as a competition for amateur radio. Well, actually, it's a terrific tool, because we can use it to share information that it used to be very, very difficult to obtain unless you bought a book, and it took forever to get it delivered and so on. We often say that we were the first social media, and other than the the wired telegraph system back in the 19th century, it's pretty much true that ham radio was the first social network. Well, obviously today we are not unique in that regard, but we can still use it effectively. One of the things we're doing currently is National Parks on the Air as a 2016 operating event to help the National Park Service celebrate their centennial. We had such a great time celebrating ours, we thought we'd celebrate theirs as well. And the Facebook group that is doing National Parks on the Air is just growing by the hundreds every week, and it's only the second week of the year. So that's building activity. It's getting people on the air. Now you can take it with you. The equipment is miniaturized. There's nice, efficient, small antennas. There are events like national parks on the air that you can do. SDR, I guess the room was filled last hour for that subject. And a lot of opportunities to pursue amateur radio by operating through remote stations as well. If you can't have an effective antenna at home, you might be able to timeshare an effective station with somebody else. Okay, the threats we face. The fact that the radio spectrum is worth a lot of money, and we're talking billions with a B for access to the spectrum for wireless broadband, that's a major threat, because we can't write checks like that in order to get spectrum access. We get our spectrum access through being a public resource for public service communications, for developing our own skills with technology, for providing a public good. That's why we continue to have access to the radio spectrum. And we are constantly competing with people who can write big checks. I mean, even the Department of Defense has major challenges in this regard, and incidentally are among our best friends in this area, because they can tolerate some amateurs operating in their microwave spectrum. I mean, if they couldn't, they certainly wouldn't be able to function when they are really needed. But they can't function if the entire spectrum is being used so densely for a commercial purpose that it just blanks their screens. So we actually work pretty closely with DoD spectrum managers and lobbyists because we have an interest with them. I won't belabor the next three. They're pretty obvious to anybody. But antenna restrictions, of course, are an increasing problem in many parts of the country. If you're moving into an area where there has been a significant population growth recently and significant new residential development, almost without exception, there are restrictive covenants that apply to that property. And so there's a legislative effort underway, and we're closer than we've ever been. We just have to get it across the finish line to get some congressional relief on that. And your director, Mike Lysenko, has been really spearheading that effort, along with Kay Craigie, our ARRL president. So yes, it's a threat. We're making some progress. So what do we have to do to ensure that Dave gets to continue to enjoy ham radio in his retirement? First of all, we need to continue to support amateur radio globally, not just because it's a nice thing to do, but because it's in our own self-interest, because there are decisions made in international forums where countries have equal I'm groping for the word, equal ability to influence the outcome. And we need their support as well as the support of our own government. And the other national organizations around the world do not have ARRL's resources. They do not have 170,000 members. There are only 3 or 4 other national associations that can afford more than one staff member. And that staff member is basically an office manager. They don't have a laboratory staff. They don't have people working full time to represent amateur radio at the national level. So we have to stay conscious of the fact that we're in this with a lot of partners in other countries. We need events like this to increase the vitality of our community. It's sharing experiences that keeps us a community. Sharing science and technology, obviously that's one of the reasons you're all here today. Focusing on organizing and training volunteers so that we can all do a better job of providing public service communications, using these new technical tools that we have effectively in those areas. And of course, this is a major challenge. It's one of the things that came up when I was in Dayton on Friday, and it comes up all the time, is how do we get bright young people involved in amateur radio? And I got to tell you folks, those of you who have been in it for a couple of decades, what got us hooked is unlikely to be the same thing that will hook somebody who is young, who is an age today that we were then. In 1962, 63, it was pretty cool to be able to go home after high school and turn on the radio and pass the time of day with somebody on the other side of the Iron Curtain, for example. Yes, you didn't talk politics. You didn't get probably beyond how many tubes are in your receiver and how much power your transmitter is and what the weather is and so on. But you were sharing at that moment in time. You were sharing an experience with someone otherwise unreachable, and in the space-time frequency continuum, you happened to mesh. That was really, really cool. And it's still cool, but it's not unique. We have to talk to young people about what attracts them, what will interest them, not try to sell to them what interested us 40 or 50 years ago. That's not going to work. But I believe firmly that in every generation, there are people who just understand that we are harnessing a natural phenomenon. Radio was not invented, radio was discovered. The fact that the ionosphere reflects electromagnetic energy when generated at certain frequencies, that's been there that way for hundreds of millions of years, probably. I can't prove that statement. And being able to harness that natural phenomenon to be able to communicate worldwide or to communicate to serve our local communities is really, really exciting to a small percentage of the population. And that's all we need. All we need is a small percentage. It's all we've ever had. And it will keep amateur radio vital into the future. Okay, the board of directors coming out of the 2014 centennial created a strategic planning working group that has been soliciting input and developing a very detailed plan. I'm not going to go into the layers of the plan here. There are 3 more layers below what I'm going to talk about today. And it will be the focus of a lot of the discussion at the board meeting next week. But the key points, and these come actually, these are actually out of the mission statement, not the goals, but they're very, very similar. Support amateur radio worldwide, as I've said. We need to maintain meaningful spectrum access, and by meaningful, I mean not only that we have an allocation on a piece of paper, but that we can hear radio signals in that band without having electronic ballasts and grow lights or switching power supplies or any other RF generating source blocking our ability to use that spectrum. ARRL needs to get every member active, involved on the air, doing the kinds of things that you all do. We need to continue to promote that. And finally, very important, we need to provide training so that our skills remain relevant to the served agencies who rely on us in times of need. So that does provide the kind of the baseline for the strategic planning that the board will be looking at next week. As I say, there's 3 more levels under that that's in draft form, and it's going to be exciting to see how this all unfolds. If I have a regret that I'm retiring now, it is that I won't be there to help implement this plan. I was involved in implementing what was the last major restructuring of ARRL back in the early 80s. I was involved in the Long Range Planning Committee at the time, and Vic Clark, W4KFC, was elected president of ARRL at the same time I became general manager in 1982. And we were expected to work together as a team to implement this, and we did. And unfortunately, Vic died very unexpectedly 20 months into his term as president. And it was a great loss, but we overcame it, and ARRL will carry on even as the faces, even as the names on the masthead may change. So that's what I wanted to share with you today. We have a little time for questions if you have any, and particularly I'd like to hear about what we ought to be doing differently. Let's start here.
Big concern with us because of our inability to some extent to control jamming and foul language and all sorts of things like that. I note that you wrote an editorial, I think, FCC, Paper Tiger.
Yeah, actually the subject has come up 3 times in 2015 in the QST editorial.
Okay, so I think that's vital. That's got to be addressed. It's a big problem to bring the kids in. Otherwise, it's because we have parents that, that listen first.
Yeah.
And no, you're not going to get into this hobby.
Yeah, that is definitely a problem. The same question came up at the DARA meeting Friday night, and I did not have a good answer for them, and I don't have a perfect answer for you, because we are talking about a population in the country of several hundred million people, 320 million people. You can legally buy a radio transmitter without having a license to use it. And among that 320 million, you've got some folks who have, shall we say, personality disorders. And that's just a fact of life. We're never going to eliminate that. All we can do is respond constructively when it occurs. And sometimes around the country, I know very well the frustrations you've experienced here in the New York area. There have been cases where the FCC has been able to act on information developed by the amateur community and has actually tracked down and put off the air jammers. In fact, there was one case in the Cincinnati area where the jammer turned out to have been part of the team that was tracking the jammer. But unknown to him, there was another email group that was communicating that didn't happen to include him, and eventually they were able to bring it down to a neighborhood, and then the Detroit office actually sent somebody down, tracked it to his doorstep, and it's one of the examples recently where the commission did issue a substantial notice of apparent liability. The good news in that case is the guy was off the air. As soon as he was discovered, he was off the air. I know that's not been the case here in New York, and you can be assured that Mike will continue to badger the next CEO to make sure that we're keeping that very much in our sights. Let's see, there was another, yes, sir.
On the bringing the youth in, Dave, the strategic planning committee and the board of directors that are looking at this, are there any young people on them, or are they all old folks like you and me?
That's a very good and astute question. And of course, you can guess the answer, unfortunately.
I probably knew it before I asked the question.
Yeah. We do, well, the youngest member of the ARRL board is Brian Milashowski in 5ZGT. Brian has been involved for enough years that you would think that he was an old timer, but he's still in his 30s. And he's not on the strategic planning working group per se, but they've been getting input from all over. But you know, one of my favorite things about, and I mentioned it before, when we're talking about how do we get young people into ham radio, let's ask them. Let's not try to make it up ourselves.
They'll tell you what.
One of the neatest, let me just say one more thing, and then you can do your follow-up. One of the neatest things I've seen in a couple of years was 2 years ago, the Deutscher Amateur Radio Club, the German organization that sponsors Friedrichshafen, which is an international ham fest. If you ever get the opportunity to go, you should go. They had their keynote speaker at the opening ceremony for their convention, was 13 years old. And Kai got up in front of this group of people who were only slightly younger on average than the room today. And he proceeded to tell us everything that we were doing wrong in terms of attracting young people. Now, in the case of Germany, one of those things is that the club meetings tend to be held at a beer hall. It was, and I've stayed in touch with Kai. As a matter of fact, he got his, he passed his FCC exam. He's now KC1 Echo Hotel Echo, which if you look it up, you'll find it's my home address. He doesn't live with Linda and me, at least not yet, but he's using my address for that. I'm sorry, I let you do your follow-up.
The other part of that, Dave, I think is there is a resource there of young people who are licensed. Mm-hmm. They need to be culminated and used, and they'll be glad to tell you what's cool and what's not. Mm-hmm. But to get a group of them together, a high school in my area and an elementary school also have amateur radio stations. So. Yeah.
I've told some of you already this morning, my own high school radio club is in Norwich, Connecticut, Norwich Free Academy, W1HLO. And in the late 50s, early 60s, it had a nice peak, and then it hit a valley as personal computing came along, and that siphoned off all of the bright young people into in that direction. And it came up and down and up. It's up again right now. And the students there, they're interested in things like high altitude ballooning and building beacons and telemetry to send it back from the balloon. They got all excited last year because their balloon ended up in the northern woods of Vermont, and a hunter found it and actually sent it back to them, and they were pretty excited about it. That's just one example of what gets kids excited today. Yes, sir.
One bright note is that we've had record levels of participation in the school club roundup. Now, by my observation, it seems to be that the thing that really attracts the kids is having the school advisor or their Elmer just having a lot of enthusiasm.
It's sharing your passion. If you are passionate about something, it's usually pretty easy to get people to understand why you are if you're speaking their language, if you're not speaking in cue signals and abbreviations and jargon and so on. Yes, sir, in the back.
You shocked me
Well, a large part of it is that many technicians are inactive. Remember, it's a 10-year license term. Many people have, in the initial burst of enthusiasm, they may go out and they get a handheld. And if something doesn't grab their attention, if they're not welcomed into a club, for example, right away, that's going to die on the vine. But their license is still valid for another 9.5 years. And so that tends to inflate the licensing figures. Part of it is that if you're a technician licensee, your activity in amateur radio tends to be locally focused. And a national organization can feel pretty remote unless you have guys like Jim and Mike and Bill conveying the fact that, yes, it's a national organization, but it works as well close to home. One of the major impetuses, one of the reasons people get involved in ham radio is for personal emergency communication. The LDS Church, the Mormons, are very active in promoting amateur radio because they want their families and extended families within the LDS to be able to communicate if we lose the infrastructure. It's not a. I don't want to paint this as Armageddon or anything. It's just part of their culture of their community, and so we're seeing great growth in licensing numbers in places like Utah, Idaho. Idaho is actually at the top of the list right now in terms of percentage. And it's largely because of the LDS Church. Now, many of those people also join ARRL. ARRL membership in Idaho went up by 9.9% last year. Nationally, it was 3%. So we are getting some of those as members, and as they upgrade, of course, we will get more. A bunch of hands. Let me get this young, relatively young fellow right here.
Nice lady.
Lady. Okay. I've got a question for you. There's been a lot of emphasis educationally in what's called STEM or STEAM, science, technology, engineering, and arts, math. But I haven't seen any organized effort on the part of ARRL to try and integrate some, pre-made curriculum component into, efforts that, school boards and, and educators can use, like a ready package thing. For example, dealing with Boy Scouts who have a merit badge. Something like that for the Girl Scouts. So you want to talk about gender diversity?
We're getting really close with the Girl Scouts.
Okay, so that was one. And the other thing in terms of broadening gender and ethnic diversity is getting kids in schools. But if you don't have an enthusiastic amateur on the staff of a school, you have to give them some kind of canned, pre-made curriculum that they can easily follow and use to integrate into a STEM curriculum.
Yeah, well, we've been working with teachers through the ARRL Teachers Institute for several years, showing teachers how to use amateur radio to explain wireless technology. I take your point completely, and actually you have segued beautifully into something that Mike Lysenko is championing right now, a pilot program here in the Hudson Division at the middle school level to do precisely what you're talking about developing. So there's great minds and all of that. Now I do want to get this gentleman right here.
I was really glad that you mentioned that things that have captured the enthusiasm people years ago are not necessarily the same thing that happens today. I think that there are certain personality types that are drawn to this, and nowadays those people are makers, and people who are going to computer science, and engineering, they're all drawn to those things. I think that it's important for sort of cater to those people. Now, I know that like QST, every once in a while you see an article, integrating some project with maybe Raspberry Pi or
something like that. I think that there needs to be much more of that to capture capture the imagination and the interest of these people.
Yeah, by the way, I know that here in Long Island you've had ham radio at maker fairs.
Yes. I think there's so much more that can be done in that area. Also, I would ask you, more in general, what's, right now it sounds like the league is going through a transition and trying to address this. What is the correct address, for voicing these kind of things, besides for, writing a grumpy op-ed or something?
Well, if you're talking about email address, mine is k1zzz@arrl.org, and that'll probably work for a while longer. I know we're running out of time here, and we've got 3 or 4 other folks. Let me get, I've seen 3 hands here. You 2 guys in the corner fight about who goes next.
You mentioned about why people may not be joining the ARRL, why they're still interested in ham radio. And I think the problem is, a lot of them probably would be interested in supporting the organization, but are not necessarily interested in getting the magazine. They might, today nobody wants to get the whole big magazine. They might be interested in just certain subjects that could be sent to them by email.
Yeah, well, we have digital QST, of course, online at no extra charge.
There is no discount to say the
No.
magazine.
Yeah, and there's a fiscal reason for that, and it has to do with print advertising. Print advertisers pay the bills for that. Let me catch.
Dave, with the technician class license, a lot of local hospitals here on Long Island, they said, you 10 people, you can sit in that class, you now have a tech license. They have no idea what they got it for, but it's part of the.
Yes, that's a good point.
Number 2 is the youth, thinking back upon myself.
Yeah.
I picked up with Boy Scouts. In high school, dropped out because of sports, enlisted in the Navy, and then when I got married is when I got back in because now I wasn't transit.
Yep.
It was tied down. So
Yep. Young adults is a good good group, and retreads.
Once you get married and settle down and start with a family,
Yeah.
you're kind of set there. Whereas if you go after the kids, they're going all over the place.
Yeah, the mailing list that I wish I could get, but it doesn't exist, is the list of former radio amateurs who were licensed as novices, particularly back when we got started, and then dropped out. Because inviting them back in, now that they are empty nesters, they might have some more discretionary time and discretionary income. And we get many of those people coming back in. But if we could reach out to them, if I had a way of reaching out to them, boy, that would be dynamite. One last question right here. Yes. Okay.
I couldn't afford my first HT transceiver until I was well into my 30s. You might want to consider lowering the barrier to entry. I know it might be contrary to your major advertisers, but you might want to sing the Baofeng, dongle SDRs, all of that stuff a little bit louder.
SDRs are going to drive down the price of entry level in amateur radio. I don't think there's any question about that. Thank you all for your time. Okay, thank you. Ooh, I can turn this off now.
You're now, audio is now live. Ready, Gary? We're on? Yes. Oh, okay. How you doing? My name is Phil, N2MUN. And before we get started, just want to know how many are ARRL members? Okay, good. Over half. And belong to a club? Ah. Yeah, that's okay. So that's, good. Okay, so what we're going to talk about is getting your first HF station up and running. And most of my presentation is really going to be pretty common sense. So what are you interested in? CW, sideband, digital. Okay. Time invested in the hobby. Interested. Are you going to, be on like once a week for a few hours? You're going to be on every day? Just sort of, yeah, okay. You just sort of figure out about the time in the hobby. Money, of course, that's the driver, always. Now, how much money would you be willing to allocate into the hobby? Now, a lot of people go out and buy a big, expensive radio, and there goes all their money. And now they have no antenna system, none of all the things that you really need, tuners and power supplies and whatever. So you sort of have to just figure out how much money do you have? $1,000, $2,000, $5,000, whatever. But, as you see, half the money should be spent on the antenna. Because remember, if you have a radio and you can't hear anything, so what's the point? So you want to pull in all those weak signals. So antenna is very, very important. And we're going to talk about the different types of antennas. Quarter on the radio and a quarter on extras. That's just the guide, but I think you get the message. Okay, shack location. Remote station options, that's what we sort of talked about. Some people really live in apartment buildings and don't really have the ability to really install an HF. Well, they have these remote stations that you could actually use through the internet. Okay, and we can talk a little about that. It's a little more complicated, but it can be done. Or you could rent space. They have these superstations. And this is pretty recent, probably I would say the last, maybe the last 4 or 5 years, where guys and gals have bought property, like in Maine, set up a superstation. I'm talking beams, radios, and whatever. And you're in your apartment building in New York, and it's a remote link, and you're using that station to play radio, play in a contest. Of course, it's a fee. I'm not sure what the fee is, but that's another option to consider. And we'll talk about that a little bit. Okay, antenna location. Town restrictions, YL. Well, everybody would love to put up a beam 80 feet and whatever. Is it really practical? Especially on Long Island. Most of our property is 60 by 100, 40 by 100. We don't have acres and acres and acres like in the Midwest. So that's another consideration of, and also town restrictions. And remember, you got neighbors on either side of you, so you have to be, you have to work with neighbors too. And so that's another item that we'll have to talk about. Right? All make sense? You can't just put up something and then say that's it. Okay, feed lines. That's an interesting topic. Now, the normal thing to do is, let's say you have a dipole. We all know what a dipole is. Put up a quick dipole and run a feed line into the shack. Okay, you're happy. Now all of a sudden, 2 months later, you say, "Whoa, now I want a vertical because I want to get on the warp bands." So now I buy antenna, take another feed line, put another hole in the floor, and before you know it, you have 6 or 7 holes in your floor. Okay. So again, what you have to try to do is think it out, and there's things you can do, and that's called a remote antenna switch, where you actually can have one feed line, and then you have a little junction box at your station, and you could go from antenna 1 to antenna 2 with just one feed line coming into the shack. Again, you're saving on coax, you're saving on holes in your floor, you're saving wind up with a fight with your YL or whatever. So again, things that you have to think about. And now, what radio should I buy? I don't know. I always had an issue with this. Now, again, you want to know how much money would you like? You have allocated towards a radio, and there's so many radios to consider. UHF, VHF, multiband, does everything, 2 meters, 440, HF only, 6 meters, blah, blah, blah. So again, you have to sort of try to figure out what you want. What I normally do is you go to eHAM, pick a radio out that you think you may be interested in, and just look at some of the reviews. Now, don't look at the reviews that they give 5 for 5, you know what I mean? Because that's pie in the sky. And I don't really look at ones that are 1 or 2, because maybe they have their own little hiccups. But I sort of get a flavor about the radio. I also would then go on to YouTube. YouTube has a lot of videos. And just don't look at one. Go through, 3-4 presentations on the particular radio that you're interested in. And I think hams in general are going to give a good representation on what that radio is doing and how they really feel about it. Of course, that's why I asked Elmer and the clubs, okay? A great way of doing it is go to field day and hopefully see a radio that you may be interested in at field day and jump on the radio and see if it's to your likings. Join a club. I think pretty much every club has radios available for, to try out and play a little radio on a weekend. I know Great South Bay has their Saturday morning get-together. Go down and play radio. Even after you do all that, what I like to do is I download the manual. People forget, because you look at, well, everything looks great, but then you look at the manual and it's like in hieroglyphics. I don't know what they're talking about. I mean, we've probably all experienced that. So I would download the manual, just spend a day, a few days. Remember, don't do anything just spontaneous. Do a good research, because remember, a modern radio nowadays is $1,500, $1,800, $2,000. So it's a big investment. So again, I like to do that. Check out manuals, see if sort of things make sense. Some of them are real easy. Some of them a little more, you got to sort of read between the lines. So that's what I would. That's one thing I would do. Another thing is, it gets a little technical, but sort of will give you a flavor. There's a engineering company, Sherwood Engineering. Anybody hear of? Okay, they're in Colorado, and what they do is they evaluate radios. Sensitivity, how selectivity it is, threshold, noise floor, and they do it on all the they call it receiver tests, and they come out with a chart. And of course, the ones that are top of the line cost a lot of bucks. So you sort of have to look and try to see where your radio fits in, the radio that you're thinking about. And I'm just comparing. So the top radio right now is a Flex radio, which is a software-defined radio. Guys know about software-defined radios? Gary? Yes. Right. That's really interesting. I just bought one about 2 months ago, the Flex 1500. It's kind of interesting. It's all software, and you can do just about anything with it. You get the QRM is just history. It's really amazing. But like the top of the line, the 6700, I think is $5,000-6,000, I think, in that vicinity. And that shows up as the top radio, which I would think it would be, obviously, okay? Now you look just down the line like I have, and my counterpart, Mel, after we did a lot of research, is the Kenwood 590. Costs $1,400-1,500. It's like number 10 on the list for pretty good performance. I mean, you got other Yaesus and ICOMs, and they're way down the list. So if I had $1,800 just looking at the data, what am I buying? The Kenwood. But that's my own personal choice. Again, researching the manual, running through the manual, seeing what it was all about. A lot of guys bought the K3, which is a great radio too. But it's not $1,800. You're talking $3,500, $4,000. So again, the point here is research, research, research. Just don't do anything spontaneously. One thing with radios, if you want to, trade it in or whatever, the value is there. It's not like, you lose a lot. Also, if you're, let's say you're in the hobby, and a year from now it's sort of, you have some other interest, well, you just box it up, put it in the closet. 2 years later, you pull it out, plug it in, away you go. Not too many hobbies are like that. So that's a little about radios. Computer array software needed. Again, we'll talk a little about that. All the little extras you need. Test equipment, VSWR meters, headset, keys, power supplies. So it's not just buying a radio, plugging it in is what the message is. Okay, shack location. Okay, again, sort of common sense, away from house traffic. Makes sense? You don't want it in the middle of your living room, right? You should have at least 2 sets of 410 volt outlets. You should, if you can, have one 220 volt outlet for an amplifier if at some later date you want to get an amplifier. You don't necessarily need one, but you could grow into amplifier. Easy access to feed line entry, which we talked about. So we want to keep the number of holes that we'll have to drill in the floor or whatever to hopefully 1 or 2 if we use a remote switch. Antennas. Okay. Well, of course, pie in the sky, beam antenna. It has gain, directional gain. Disadvantage, it costs. Probably the beams nowadays, just the beam, I'm not even talking a tower, you're talking $1,500-1,800. I mean, you could get like a Cushcraft for like $700, $7 or $8. Okay, that's just the beam. So it's kind of a hefty cost. Verticals, limited room. It's just a straight vertical up, maybe 20 feet or so, 25 feet. May have some traps if it's a multi-band vertical. Disadvantage is noisy. I don't particularly like verticals. Just by the nature of the beast, they're very noisy. So I try to stay away from verticals if you can. If you can't, you can only do what you can do. Dipoles. Now they're easy to set up and could be a disadvantage with room, because you're talking like on 40 meters you need 66 feet. 80 meters, 128. So you need a little room. Plus you need a little height. So you have to hope you have some trees, because ideally you want to be up a half a wave on each frequency. Dipoles are real easy to make. You know, it's a piece of wire, 468 divided by the frequency, wherever you want to be in the frequency range. Cut it, hang it up, and go for smoke. Not really, but it's real simple, and it works. It'll work. No problem. They have something called fan dipoles, where instead of like just cutting one piece of wire for one frequency, could be 2 or 3, and they have these little spaces, so it's a multi-band dipole, and this you could do yourself. Radios, we sort of talked about radios, 1200 to 1800. You could look for a used radio at a hamfest or at a club. I kind of encourage people to join clubs, because now it's not over the internet. Maybe you're selling a radio from a club member, and it's sort of a little you sort of know the person. You could check the radio out. It's not, but it's it's my own preference. And I think that range is about right, $500 to $1,200. You can get something halfway decent, I believe. People forget about the extras. You need some test equipment, which we'll talk about, headset, keyer, power supply, and tuners, and we'll get into some of those. Any questions before I just go to the next slide? Yeah, they're, let's see if it has here. Yeah, it's SWERWENG.com, www. Now, there's a whole bunch of gobbledygook numbers, just pretty much it's sorted by dynamic range, which is weak signals. How does that radio, can you pull a weak signal out of the mud? Okay, and it's sort of again a guide. Okay, it's the only thing what I don't like about the report. Remember, that's ideal conditions. It's not the real world. It's in an enclosed environment. You're not really over there. But I guess it gives you a really good feeling about the radio. Another point which is interesting too, with when I was looking to buy one of my radios, a 1000 MP. Which was a lot of money at the time. That goes back, I guess maybe 15 years ago, and it was like $2,400. So it was a few bucks. And again, I was just going crazy. I was just trying to say, how do I know what radio to buy? I mean, they all look about the same, and really it winds up its preference. But then what I did, I said, you know what? Contesters, and I guess I'm a sort of a contester. I guess, right, Mel? I sort of a little bit, and I said, well, you know what? A contester is going to buy a radio that's reliable, that could get away, a QRM, and so what I did, I just pulled out a bunch of QSL cards, and I just went through one day. I just sat down. I was watching TV and I was looking at QSL cards, and I'm looking and I'm saying, 1000 MP. Kenwood 450, boom, 1000 MP, 1000 MP. After a while, I get a flavor. Now, what's the flavor? I guess the contesters are buying 1000 MP, and of course that was the radio to buy, and I bought it, and I still have it. It's one of my backup radios, and it still works fine. So that's another thing that you have to consider. It's tough to buy a radio because there's so many out there now. I think ICOM comes out with a radio like every week, maybe seems like it. And again, you have to really look and really ask around. Some of them are just HF, some of them are HF 440 and 2 meters. I kind of shy away from the multi-radio, because anytime you stuff too many things in a box, you're compromising something, okay? If you want HF radio, you know what? Buy a HF radio. You want a 2 meter radio? Buy a 2 meter radio. But that's my opinion on that. Any other questions? Continue? Okay. Okay, tuners. This is very interesting. Antenna tuner. What does an antenna tuner do? Somebody can tell me? Yeah.
That's the impedance of the antenna to the output of the radio.
The radio. And that's the point. It does nothing. It does absolutely positively, look at Gary, it does nothing for what you're actually radiating. So it's faking you out. Okay? So ideally, let's say a dipole antenna, and I could use just cut a dipole antenna, put it up, bang, check it, and it's 2.5 to 1. Not bad. And I could say, and then I have my little antenna tuner, a 949, and I go, boom, and I got 100 watts, and everybody's happy. No. All you did, like Mel said, is you're just faking out the radio to the tuning. You're not doing nothing for the antenna. Yeah, if you get too much VSWR, you're getting too much power coming back in. So my point with a tuner is really a crutch. What you should always do, and I'm just talking about beams and actually also dipoles, spend the time, pull it down, cut it, pull it back up, use an analyzer, which we're going to get to in a minute. Try to get it matched 1-to-1, whatever frequency band you're looking for, or if you're a CW or sideband. Don't rely on the tuner. All the tuner does is just fake you out. Yes?
If you're tuning a single band antenna,
Yeah.
say,
Okay.
are you looking for low SWR in the shaft, or are you looking for resonance at the antenna?
You're looking for, well, whatever frequency. Let's say you're 14200. Okay, you want it to be 1-to-1 at the antenna. That's what you want. It's like a pipe. It's like a water pipe, and water is flowing perfectly through.
My point though is, should you be hooking up the analyzer directly to the antenna and tuning the antenna itself, or are you hooking it to the end of the transmission line and tuning the system?
You pull out the antenna at the radio, and you tune it right there. That's correct. Yeah. So again, I'm not a big fan of tuners. I do use a tuner on 40. I'm really 1-to-1 across the whole band. I don't know how I did it, but it works. On 80, you really have to use a tuner because it's such a narrow thing. So on 80, you can't really do too much tuning or trimming, as they say, to a particular frequency. So that really is the only time I actually use a tuner. Okay.
But Phil, if you have a perfect 1-to-1.
Well, you don't. On that particular, on 80 meters, that's a tough to do, especially when at 80 meters you should be up 160, 66, 120 feet or something. So it's not going to happen. Another thing that people make a mistake, and I'm tell you the truth, I see this all the time, is they buy, and I just gave you an example here, they buy a 949 tuner, 300-watt tuner, which is fine for a regular radio, putting out 100 watts, okay? It does have, which is good, an A/B switch, so you can have two antennas, antenna 1, antenna 2, and then you can go to a dummy load. Please, if you're transmitting you're just checking your signal, go into a dummy load. Okay, go into a dummy load because it just causes QRM on the frequency. But the problem that I see often is, wow, now I'm going to buy a amplifier, 800-watt amplifier like an AL811H amp. Well, you know what that 949E tuner is going to do for you? Nothing. You can't do it. Can't use it. It's only 300 watts. So again, try to think a little, and the price is probably, I'm going to say 200 versus 400, 500 roughly. It's a few $100s more. Again, if you're thinking about an amplifier downstream, maybe you ought to, as they say, bite the bullet and get get a 962 or something comparable, where at least you can tie it into the amplifier, and you're not going to have any problems. Of course, your 300 watt amplifier is, I don't know what you're going to do with it. See that more often than not. Good point? Okay. Any questions on tuners?
Can tuners actually make 40 meter dipole work on 80 meters?
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, you can. But it won't be efficient. The ideal, that's why you see, again, pie in the sky. We don't have the luxury here on Long Island. I mean, sometimes you talk on radio and you're talking to somebody in Oklahoma or Texas, and they have 200 acres, and I have mono banders on all bands. Well, of course, that is ideal, right? Everything is tuned to, let's say he's a sideband operator, so he has all his antennas tuned right in the mid-range of, but we just don't have that. So again, right, that's what I'm on, 40 by 100. And I think I do pretty good from 40 by 100. Remember, you shouldn't, if you're getting into contesting or even DXing, don't try to compete against that superstation. It's a hobby. Remember, it's fun. You should be competing against yourself, making your station the best it can be, okay? I know you have an issue where apartment building, right? I mean, that's a toughie. I mean, I think Mel's sort of mentioned, you could hang something, like hang a dipole out the window if you can. That'll work. We know somebody, I won't go into names, that lives on last floor, and he's able to sneak up a dipole to the roof. And then after the contest or whatever, he sneaks it down. So, I mean, I'm not saying do that, but I'm just saying, you know, you can only do what you can do.
People who, I guess, have money, do you know what the highest you're allowed to do? I mean, Yaesu County, what's the highest?
I think I know, the only thing I know is Babylon. I don't really know. In Babylon, it's 35 feet. If your structure is attached to the house and it's less than 35 feet, it's considered part of the structure of the house. I think you still need a variance or a zoning thing because it's now you're doing something. But as far as any restrictions, no, 35 feet. And 35 feet is an interesting thing. Does anybody know why it's 35 feet? No takers. TV antenna, regular, Cape Cod house with a 10-foot mast and a regular TV antenna from 1950. There's your approximately 35 feet. So that's where that regulation came.
So the towers I see in my in Levittown area that is not higher than that are basically.
I don't know what the requirement.
They require a
variance. If you get a variance.
Zoning variance, and it varies from town to town.
Correct.
I've spoken to folks on insensitive and talking to people. I was told if you have neighbors that you get along with, put up whatever and hope no one catches you. Because if you have to go through variance process, you can spend thousands of dollars and years of your life.
Well, not necessarily, but it varies from town to town.
For Pepsi specifically.
And
on the PRB one.
On the PRB one, there are issues that give amateur radio operators certain rights to negotiate with the local authorities in terms of antenna height.
Right.
Theoretically, there is no absolute limit, but it becomes a matter of negotiation under PRB 1, which is a federal regulation. The local zoning authority is obligated to make reasonable accommodation. That's the key legal language for amateur radio antennas. But the short answer is it varies from town to town, and the difficulty of getting a structure higher than the quote zoning height limit varies from town to town. But there's theoretically under PRB 1 there's no height limit. It's a matter of negotiation with the local zoning authority.
Right. The ideal.
People like the town doesn't come around and if somebody complains.
We should have a separate discussion. I'll talk to you about this.
Right. It's a typical height. Mine is 32 feet. Okay. The typical height that for an amateur radio station, I believe, is roughly 55 feet. You get higher than 55 feet, it's just you're diminishing returns and you're not getting it. 55 feet seems to be where we would like to be. Okay? Any other questions before? Okay. Feed lines. What type of feed line should we buy? Well, we could buy, I kind of like the 213, RG213. It's easy to use. It has a dB, 1 dB of loss at 100 foot, which is not bad. LMR 400, 0.8 dB loss. It's a little more rigid, I think. It's still a little flexible. Or RG8, the mini, again, 1.4. Again, I kind of like the RG213. Works fine for me.
And those are HF.
And they're right. That's HF. Right. That's correct. That's calculated at. I think it's 50 megs. Correct. And like what I talked about before, is again you have to try to think ahead. It's difficult because I know it's our hobby, and it's like the kid in the cookie jar. I want this, I want this, I want this, and then before you know it, I know in my case I have 5-6 holes in the floor. Okay, and I know I could have eliminated probably 3 of them. Okay, if I was thinking rationally at the time, where you could just like I said get what's called a like the remote switch, and what it is it drives you have one coax going into the shack, and it can drive 4 or 8 up to about 8, I guess, like a what do you call that, a 6-pack, actually 6, right. That's a little on the expensive side. I think it's like $400 or $500, but again, what you're saving is saving all that coax. You only need one coax going in, and then the rest of them go out to your towers, to your dipoles, your verticals. And those are some of the ones that I would. I actually have the LDG4, which is not remote. It's in the shack because obviously I have all the holes already drilled. So I just have it under the desk, and then it just goes up, and I go 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep.
The remote switches.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do they ground out the unconnected antenna?
Yeah. Yes.
So that adds to some lighting.
Yes, absolutely. Something to consider. Again, it could run from like $150 to $400 or $500 for the remote switches, but it's something to consider because you would be saving on the coax.
You explain how a remote switch works?
Yeah, a remote switch is simple. You got one cable or one coax going into the shack to the radio. Okay. Then let's say you have four coaxes. Now the remote switch is outside somewhere, near your antenna farm, and then each antenna would have a coax going to antenna 1, antenna 2, antenna 3, antenna 4. Okay. Then from your shack, you would say antenna 1, beam antenna. Hit it, you're on the beam. Number 2, dipole, 40 meters. 3, 17, 12 meter vertical. Boom, 80 meter vertical. So you can pretty much instantaneously switch. You can also buy some software stuff where it could actually do all that remote. But I haven't got into that. I'm kind of scared to do that.
You're also putting up a VHF, UHF antenna.
Yes.
Would you run that through the same switch?
No.
No, just run a separate.
Yeah, I would just run a separate switch. Yeah, you probably could, but I would just run a separate one in that case. Because typically, you're probably with that, you're just going to run one coax, right? You're not talking multi.
Right. Well, that's why.
Yeah. Anything else? Okay. Okay. And we touched a little on this towers. Now, you could spend a lot of money on some of this stuff. Again, you have to try to think it out. Okay. Now, you're on a 40 by 100 plot. Are your neighbors going to be happy with you putting up a tower? Probably, I don't know, but you really have to think about that. Okay. Now, let's stick with that for a second. The tower sections, here's the key. If you were to buy it and not to try to go on like eBay or through a club and try to get it that way through somebody that maybe is passed away or whatever, costs like a cheap Rome section costs $150, $180. But then it costs another $80 or so to shipping because it doesn't come UPS. So you're talking just for tower sections, you're talking, if you're buying it, from a dealer like Texas Tower or whatever, it's going to cost you a fortune. Okay. More often than not, unfortunately, what you see, and again, you don't think about it, is somebody puts up this huge tower, and then it's up there for 30, 40 years, and then unfortunately the guy or gal passes away. Now you got a tower. Now what happens to the tower? So now it's just another issue for whoever has survived. What do they do with the tower? Ask somebody to pull it down. It's almost like a giveaway. Lug it off the property. It's so, again, just try to think about it before you do something with it. Now I will show you what I did. Okay. What's that? You could hang your laundry on it, right? You can do a roof tripod. I know Mel has the roof tripod, and that's is that an 8-foot or?
Well, I'm actually using a Rome.
A Rome.
A 10-foot, but there are 8-foot.
Yes.
10-foot.
Right. Correct. The problem with that is if it's not mounted. Well, first of all, you have to get into the attic. Second of all, it becomes I'm not going to say engineering nightmare, but it could, because you have to make sure that maybe 2x8s or 2x6s underneath. You don't want a wind come by and goodbye antenna, goodbye tower, goodbye roof. So it's a little more logistical nightmare in my mind, but it's fine. And then other towers, US Tower, Universal Tower. I actually have 2 sections of a Universal Tower, but we can talk about it. So again, it's an expense if you want to really get into that. If you have trees and you don't want to invest too much, boy, a dipole, get one of those slingshots, get it up 60 feet or whatever, and you're in town. So unfortunately, I have no trees left after Hurricane Gloria many years ago. Any other questions before? Okay, next part of the antenna system is rotor. Okay, rotors go for $200, could go up to $500, $600, even $1,000, depending upon what type of wind load you have and how big of a beam antenna you have. Okay, I mean there's huge beam antennas with boom lengths of 35 feet, and I mean, it's monsters. I mean, again, if I was in Oklahoma, Texas, that's fine. We're on 40 by 100. What I did, again, researching it, I put up a Force 12. It's called a C3SS. They don't make it anymore. They make something similar to it. And the boom length is only 12 feet. And the longest element is 25 feet. Looks like an oversized TV antenna. Everybody's happy. I'm happy. My neighbors are happy. It plays, works. So what, would I like one of these huge things? I don't know, to be honest with you. I honestly don't know. I mean, how much more am I going to get? You know what I mean? I think it's more, in my case, I do a lot of contesting and chasing the DX. It's a lot of skill and thinking things out. When do I go on a particular frequency? And we're going to go into that the next session with Mel. What frequencies are open? Should I let all those big guns do their thing and I'll come back a little later to make the contact? So that's what I play. You got to play with what you got. Okay? And I don't know any real negatives with Yaesu high gain, right? I never heard any. It's a rotor, it does its thing. and hopefully it'll last a long, long time. Change a rotor could be a little difficult depending if it's on a tower or on a mast or whatever. But again, you know, it's not a everyday occurrence, thank God. Test equipment. Yeah, people forget this. They, you know, have their money allocated and they buy their radio and they buy their power supply, they buy their tuner, and they plug it in and nothing happens, or the radio goes into what's called fallback. In other words, you're not getting 100 watts out, you're getting 50 watts out. Well, it's because your VSWR is maybe 4 to 1 or whatever. So what again, should be, my opinion, should be on everybody's list. Unless you have a good Elmer, good friend that has one, is a, well, you could use the MFJ, or I have the Rig Expert. That's the one I have, AA30. I think it's made in Bulgaria, if I'm not mistaken. And it's around 300, I believe, something like 280, 250, something like that. Or Ukraine, sorry, not Bulgaria. Sorry for the Bulgarians, I'm sorry. Ukraine, that's correct. And it actually has a display, so you can, in the display mode, you actually can see your VSWR curve. So you just plug in all the numbers, frequency, you go click, and draws you a little graph of what that antenna looks like. And then you can start trimming or doing whatever you have to do to get that as close to 1-to-1. I would say acceptable number in my world, 1.2, 1.3. There's a lot of people say 2-to-1 or something. I think you can try to get better. I like 1.2, 1.3. Okay. And again, I believe we all should at least have the use of one, either buy one or have someone that can loan you one. Again, a multimeter, like I have a little WaveTech, which actually I got from my ex-boss when I retired, and I'm always using it. Just a little multimeter, just to, you know, quickly check continuity and resistance and whatever. And I think you can get those for 50, 60 bucks maybe, something like that. Now, another thing, connectors. We're always breaking connectors. And so now in this case, it's a crimp kit. It's kind of expensive. I just have a good buddy, Tom, KA2D, who has one. So when we have a problem, I just give him a call, and he comes over and changes the connector. But again, those are all things that I think are kind of important to have, not just to consider, but I think you really have to look into those things. Questions? Next slide. Okay. Hope I'm not putting everybody to sleep here, right? Okay. Interfaces, remote rig interface. This is similar to what I was talking, where you actually, the radio has a detachable head, and you put this other doohickey. I guess Rick is doing that presentation right now, actually. And then it goes through the internet to a remote station. Maybe you have a Hummer, a summer shack somewhere in the Catskills, which you did, right? And you have your beam antenna and a whole bunch of dipoles set up there, and it would be just remote to that location. And you're playing radio from the city. Or, like I said, there are sites that you can go to that people actually rent time on their quote superstation. I'm not sure how much it is. I know I think it's a flat fee, and then per minute or per minute. I guess it could wind up with a lot of bucks, I would think. Okay, signal link and rig blaster. Now these are when you're getting into the digital modes, and you want digital signal. So you can use a rig blaster, signal link. A lot of the newer radios, they now have a lot of that stuff built into the radio. But again, it's another expense. So you're talking, I think the signal link goes for about $100, I think, And the rig blaster, they have different options that can vary from probably $120, $130 to $200-300, and that's really for digital modes. Where you're looking for sound card information. Here's all the extras that kill you, right? Again, Kia, paddle. This you could really use. We talked about that in Mel's contest pro. That's you could do that through a computer, so you don't really need that. Voice, Kia, again, most of the newer radios now either come with a voice key built into the radio, or in our case, I think it was $45 or $80 as an option. Heil headset, it doesn't have to be Heil, but power supply. That's interesting. You don't, some people go crazy with power supplies too and spend, $300-400 on a power supply that's, 13.5 volts and whatever. You don't really. You could get an MFJ that puts out the same 20 amps at 13 volts. My opinion. Also, you could buy ones that have the meters where you see the current and see the voltage and whatever. Again, you can do it if you want to spend extra money. Not for me. I feel, you're going to turn it on, it's going to be at 13 volts, and that's it. When do you crank it down to 10 volts? The current, yeah, maybe, but, So, again, you want to spend extra money, in my opinion, fine. You can buy an MFJ, what do they call them, a mini or a micro or something, yes?
Like to add to avoid the Chinese brand power.
Right, correct, right.
Wusheng and et cetera.
Yes.
You can't pronounce it.
Right, don't buy it. Right, I agree. I find MFJ ones are fine. Logging program, which Mel sort of talked about. We kind of like N1MM Plus. I should put a little plus symbol there. It's a freebie. That's always great. I mean, it's like a no-brainer. You just go to the site and you download it. It's window-based, so you could put all your items wherever you want to situate them. You could tie into the packet cluster so you can see all the spots that are coming in. It has a listing of, if you're into contesting, of all particular contests that actually it'll go in and actually you'll see exactly what the exchange is for you. It just about does everything other than makes coffee for you. Maybe they're going to do that one day. But it's a great program, in my opinion, great program. Ham Radio Deluxe is not free. I'm not sure how much. Is it $80 or something? Is $80, right? Something like that. Now,
Per year.
What's that?
Per year.
Per year. Wow.
If you want support. If you want continued upgrades.
Wow. Yeah,
But it's worth it.
You think so? What? For what reason?
If you want to do any of the digital modes, it's worth it.
Oh, okay. See, I'm not really my digital modes are really RIDI, and I really don't get onto PSK. I don't, so mine is just strictly RIDI, and I just have a program for RIDI, and that's it, and that goes right off of N1MM, and I'm happy. But yeah, okay. Okay. This is just a little notes here. This is okay. After you do all your stuff, right, and you have everything set up, good idea to take pictures of your station and set up like screenshots. People forget that, because then the computer crashes. Then you turn it back on, and now who knows where my settings were. So take screenshots. Make a schematic of all your cabling, because once you start getting all these things, items together, it becomes a nest. Again, download what we talked about. Download the manual, check the manual out, go on the air, get signal reports, key item, listen. Okay, that's me. Now, just a quick thing. You see what we have here? We have the computer right in the middle. Okay? Right in a nice, comfortable chair. Okay. Now, besides Mr. Lucky, which what we did here, keep in mind, you see what I have here? I have the dummy load, the antenna tuner, and the amplifier all in one area. I don't have things all in different areas, which means more coax, more possible pickup. So again, in the back, which is kind of hard to see, is the big outlet box. So my grounding is right to the outlet box. So again, think it out a little bit. And it keeps the cat warm.
Does the cat affect the tuning?
No, it does not. Remember, I only use the tuner on 80.
You have all your heat stuff.
Okay, right. Here's what I did. Talking about what I did is I got two mass sections, and I have it strapped to the side of the house with these steel rods that go through, and then a 2x6 on between the studs inside. The house is coming down before that's coming down, and that's up 32 feet. And then the small beam antenna, and then off of the antenna is some dipoles. Nothing fancy, but you know what? It works. This is interesting too. This is for my 80 meter vertical. That's the butternut, and that's up. I think it's 35 feet. So now Hurricane Sandy. Now this thing is up. I got to get this thing down. Okay. This is just a bracket. All you do is just loosen up the two screws there. It pivots, and in 5 minutes with my son, it's down. It's done.
The tower section you had there.
Yep.
What's it resting on? How did you do the supports?
It's just on a plate, on a regular swivel plate.
And the plate is bolted.
And a plate is bolted to that. That's correct. With, studs going down, so it ain't going. Correct. This is kind of unique too. I think it was like $70, but let me tell you, in 5 minutes it was down. And I think that's it. Okay? You got it. I have a 6-foot grounding rod that goes down. That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. The 10 gauge wire, correct. And then my rest of my tuner is grounded to the regular electrical entry box. Okay, the next part will be a combo, and Mel will do most of the talk on that.
Gary, you want to change microphones?
Yep. Okay. Okay.
Put this one on and give that one to Mel.
Okay.
I'm going to have this.
Middle is
It should work. We'll just wait 2 more minutes for anybody else who's coming in from another forum.
pick a park. I go to the park, set up a little pop-up with a table. Operate out of the back of my Jeep Wrangler.
This is okay?
B7D from Yaesu. Small radios. I mean, you put it in a small bag and take it with you. So it depends on what you can do with it.
Okay. Oh, let's see here. Phil, you want to?
Yeah, you want me to give it that?
I don't know if you want to give these out.
no, we'll just-
We'll
we'll
put
just
the.
leave at the
There were some handouts here that I think.
End of the presentation.
Because there's some things that didn't show up too well on the slides. At the end of the presentation, you can come up and get them, or you can grab them now if you like. Okay, anybody who didn't get the handout now, you can get it at the end of the presentation. Let me also start by telling you that we finished the PowerPoint too late to get on the disk that was in the handout. If anybody wants a copy of the PowerPoint, just send me an email, ks2g@arrl.net, and I'll be happy to forward it to you, okay? I'm Mel Granick. I'm KS2G, Phil's partner in crime. Let me just continue. This is about basics of HF operating. Just to reiterate, how many novice or technician licensees? Any of you novices? No. How many advanced operators, and how many extras? How many of you have never operated HF at all? And you're an extra? All right, okay. You've been busy on the VHF, UHF. And how many of you have only been on there just like once or twice, like at field day or something like that? Okay, so get an idea of who I'm talking to. We're going to talk about the very basics of HF operating. I'm going to run through a lot of things here really quickly. There's a lot of good resources on the web in addition to this presentation. And the handouts I gave you, which will show up in the presentation as well. So let's start out with a couple of quick things here. Let's start out with some definitions. What are the HF bands, the so-called high frequency bands? There are 10 frequency range bands between 1.8 and 30 megahertz. I've listed them out here, commonly known 160, 80 meters, or 75 meters, 60 meters, 40 meters, 30, 20, 17, 15, 12, 10 meters, and you see the ranges. The one thing about amateur radio, to remind you, amateur radio is not channelized. That means that you can pick a frequency anywhere that your VFO will take you, with the exception of 60 meters. 60 meters is channelized. There are 5 specific channels on 60 meters, and they're limited in terms of power output that you can operate in the 60-meter band. It's not a very popular band at the moment for a variety of reasons, not least of which is that it's channelized. All the rest of the bands are frequency agile, is the term of art. And why are there so many bands, okay? Each HF band has a particular propagation characteristic. Some bands are better for long-range communication. Some are better for short-range communications, often dependent on the time of day, daytime versus nighttime, summer versus winter times of the year, top or bottom of the sunspot cycle. And we're going to talk about propagation and sunspots in just a little bit. So that's why there are so many bands. And there are more HF bands now available to the amateur radio service than ever in the past. When I started in amateur radio, I got my license as a novice in September of 1977. There were only 6 HF bands, 160, 80, 40, 20, 15, and 10. And those other interim bands that we saw in this previous slide, 60 meters, 30 meters, 17, and 12, are known as the WARC bands. WARC, W-A-R-C, stands for World Administrative Radio Conference. And that took place in the 70s and opened up more bands to the amateur radio service. Okay? In addition to propagation characteristics, there are different noise levels. The lower bands tend to be noisier, particularly in the summer. And the types of QSOs that you'll find on the bands, there's more casual operating on certain bands and certain sections of certain bands, as opposed to contesting or DXing or things like that. So there are called lower bands versus higher bands. The lower bands are 160, 80, and 40. The higher bands is everything above 40 meters. Generally speaking, the lower bands, 160 through 40, are better in the winter than in the summer, better at the bottom of the sunspot cycle than at the top, which is good to know because we're headed toward the bottom now. And they tend to be local and regional daytime bands, and they're DX at night. If you're looking for DX at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on July 13th, you're not going to go on 80 or 40 meters. You're not going to find it there. But if you're looking to rag chew with your friend in Maryland, at that same time of day, 40 meters is your best bet. If you're going to have a rag chew with your friend in Maryland at 7 o'clock at night or 8 o'clock at night, you're better off going to 80 meters. Each band has its own particular characteristics, and this is the thing that makes it a lot of fun, very interesting, and also somewhat confusing. And one of the best ways to get the feel for the characteristics of each of the bands is to get out and operate on them. You can read all you want. There's lots of things on propagation. There's lots of stuff on the web. There are lots of books. But the best way to get a feel for how all the different bands work is nothing like personal experience. As I said, the higher bands are better DX, better in summer than winter, better DX bands day than night, DX day closed at night, bottom of the cycle. Each of the HF bands is divided into sub-bands. Each HF band has a specific set of frequency ranges. First of all, divided by mode. And you're holding that chart from the ARRL, which is also available online if you want additional copies of it. And generally speaking, the mode designations are CW, digital/data, and phone, which is sideband, AM, and FM. They're also subdivided by license class. So novices and technicians have certain privileges, limited privileges on the HF bands. Advanced class licensees have more privileges, more bandwidth, more band space, if you will, and extras can operate anywhere they want within the limits of the mode designations, right? So the HF bands by sub-mode work like this. CW is permitted on any amateur radio frequency and any band at any time. You won't find it there, but it is permissible. So there's no such thing as the, quote, CW bands, and although we talk about that as a sub-band section, CW is and can be everywhere. Back in the day when the amateur radio bands were a little less crowded and a little less segmented, you would often hear people switch from one mode to another. They would be on having a rag chew, let's say, on phone, and the band was changing and stations were having trouble hearing each other, you'd say, let's switch to CW. And you could do that without having to change frequency. So CW is permitted anywhere, but generally speaking, as you can see in the chart, it's generally found in the lowest part of each band. Okay? Digital and data, this is RTTY, PSK, 31, and all the other alphabet soup modes that I don't operate. Permitted in the lower part of each band and generally found by convention and gentlemen's agreement, and ladies and gentlemen's agreement we should say these days, generally found in the band segments just above CW. And phone is permitted in the upper 1/2 to 3/4 of each band. It's to note when you operate sideband, there's a convention. Again, it's not by regulation, but it's by convention. You operate lower sideband on 40 meters and below, that is on 160, 40, and 80. You operate lower sideband on the frequencies above 40 meters. You operate in the upper sideband. Again, you don't have to. And every once in a while, you'll be tuning across the band and you'll come across a signal and you can't quite tune it in. You know it's there, you know it's sideband, but it won't tune. And that's because, for whatever reason, whoever's on that frequency is inverting this. They're not operating according to this convention. Oftentimes, people do that to sort of keep their conversations private. Don't ask me why they want it to be private, but they do. So they'll operate lower sideband on 20 meters. Drives people crazy, but there's nothing in violation of the regulations about that. By license, again, if you look at the chart that we handed out, you can see by color code, you can see what frequencies are permitted by license class. The one thing to note, again, the major limitations are by novices and technicians. They're limited to CW on certain bands, and the only place they can operate phone on HF is in the 10-meter band. Okay, so they're limited to CW over here on 80 meters, and they can operate CW on 15 meters. They can operate data. They can operate data on the 10-meter band, and they can operate sideband on the 10-meter band. You can't operate the other phone modes if you're a novice or a technician, only single sideband, okay? You got to be aware of the band edges. And again, this is, if you think about this, again, this is another function of the fact that amateur radio is not channelized. You have to be sure you're within the proper band segment by mode and by your license class. So one of the things to keep in mind, particularly in single sideband, is the bandwidth of your signal. And generally speaking, single sideband nominally has 2.5 to 3 kilohertz of bandwidth. And therefore, to stay inside your band segment, you have to keep that in mind. So you have to be at least 3 kilohertz away from the edge of the band or the subband, right? That means on lower sideband, you have to be 3 kilohertz above the band edge, and on upper sideband, you have to be 3 kilohertz below the band edge. So here are some examples of that. So if you're on 40 meters in the general class phone subband, 7.175, you can't transmit any lower than 7.178, because if you go lower than that, you're going to be outside the band edge. Your sidebands are going to be outside the band edge. Early in my ham career, I got an official observer card because of this. This is something I was really not paying much attention to, really wasn't technically aware of it. I was looking at my dial, looks like I'm where I belong. I get an OO card, and it says, you were out of band, and it explains to me why I was out of band. This is why we have official observers, because it's better to get an OO card than a violation card from the FCC. Nowadays, it's problematic whether you get anything from the FCC other than your license renewal if you apply for it. Same thing on 20 meters, right? Top of the 20-meter phone band, the very top of the band, is 14.350 megahertz. Can't transmit any higher than 14.347. Any of you contest operators? Anybody operate contests? In the heat of battle, you'll see stations that are right up to the band edge. Don't work them. They are out of band. You should not work them. They'll go right up. You'll see guys operating there 14.349. They're out of band. You should not work them. Then you get the, band police, and they get on 3.1. I say, hey, you're out of band. So is the band policeman. Okay, so what, right? So what mode do you operate where on each band? Okay, so you think about this. This is another handout I gave you because I can't read this on this screen. I can't read it here on this screen. It's even worse. But this shows you what are known as the considerate operators band segments. And you can see each band mode of operation has its own little segment of the band. This is to keep people from getting in each other's ways and causing absolute chaos. Technically speaking, people can operate anywhere within the legal band modes, but if we did that, it would be a big, big problem, okay? So this is something you can also find online. If a friend of yours wants it and you have a copy of it and they say, just search considerate operators frequency guide, and you'll find websites where you can download this. And again, if we've run out of copies of it, I apologize. I didn't know how big a crowd we're going to get. So anybody who wants this who didn't get it, again, go online, search considerate operators frequency guide, and you'll find this, and you can print it out. Likewise, the digital modes, that alphabet soup of modes that I referred to, they have their own what they call watering holes. Each one, they're very narrow bandwidth modes, and each one has its own little band section that operators hang out on. And again, that's this list, which is almost too hard to read without a magnifying glass, even when you print it out. But these are the areas to look at if you operate PSK 31, for instance, or you operate RIDI or whatever. And again, if you didn't get a copy of this and you want to find it, go into Google or your favorite search engine, put amateur radio watering holes guide, and you'll find this list, which is very nicely done, very nicely color coded and so forth. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about HF propagation, because most of you operate 2 meters and 440 VHF, right? Propagation, you know, you're operating through repeaters. Anybody do weak signal work, satellites, anything like that? No, right? Okay, so all of you are operating, you know what your range is, right? You got a 20, you know, a 5-watt handy talkie, a 10-watt mobile radio, a 50-watt mobile radio. You know what repeaters you can reach, from how far away you are, and so forth. Everything's nice and neat, and you never have to worry about, you know, conditions. The only variance is if you operate 440, or anybody operate 1.2 gigahertz? No. You know, when the leaves come out, range changes a little bit. But there's no real issues of propagation when you're operating VHF, UHF, FM mobile repeater operation. Your range is what your range is. On HF, not so much. On HF, range varies not only by band to band, week to week, day to day, moment to moment. So let's talk a little bit about HF propagation. There are basically 3 kinds of propagation. There's ground wave over here, which is like, depending on how high this antenna is versus this antenna, as you can see here, this follows the curvature of the Earth. There's space wave that goes sky to sky, and then there's what they call skywave. This is the HF propagation. This is what accounts for the long distance capabilities of HF radio. Without this, we wouldn't be able to talk worldwide on 5 watts in a wire. But with this, we can. And that's because your RF energy comes from your antenna, goes up into the sky, and reflects off the ionosphere. The ionosphere is a region of the atmosphere in which there are electronically charged particles known as ions. That's why they call it the ionosphere, okay? There are different levels in the ionosphere, D, E, F, and so forth. I'm not going to go into that specifically because that was done in a previous session earlier today on DXing, but basically it's a reflection off the ionosphere that accounts for HF propagation. So which bands when? It depends on what the reflectivity of these different frequency bands are. Okay? As I said, lower frequency bands, 160, 80, 60 and 40 meters, generally are ground wave daytime, so that you'll hear local and regional contacts and be able to make local and regional contacts on those bands during the day. And at night, because of the vagaries of how those ionospheric layers change based on how much sunlight they get during the day, skywave at night. So basically what happens is, on these lower frequency bands, the RF energy goes up toward the ionosphere. It gets absorbed during the daytime. At night, it gets reflected. And again, you can read all kinds of books on propagation and so forth that'll go into the whys and wherefores of that. The upper frequency bands are, some would say, more useful, more reliable. 30, 20, 17, 10 meters. You get ground wave on the daytime and skywave both day and night when the bands are open. Sometimes the bands are closed. Again, now we're going to talk about the sunspot cycle. We're at a point in the cycle where 10 meters can be totally useless day or night, or you can get lucky and it can be a terrific band on occasion. So these are the general characteristics of which bands when. Skywave and sunspots, okay? Reflectivity of the ionosphere is determined by sunspot activity. Sunspot activity is a generator of the ionization in the atmosphere. Basically, it's really simple. More sunspots, more ionization, more reflectivity. More reflectivity, more DX. That's as simple as it gets. Everything else beyond that, as they say, the Jewish people say about the Talmud, everything else is commentary. Sunspots rise and fall in an 11-year cycle. The 11-year cycle was discovered in 1843 by someone you've never heard of, Samuel Heinrich Schwab. And he discovered this in 1843, and he looked at available data, and he retrospectively started a numbering scheme and backed up and created cycle number 1 from 1755 to 1766, the roughly 11-year cycle, 10.5 to 11 years, sometimes as long as 12 years. Here's a chart of all of the cycles starting back with number 1 over here in 1750. This is the dreaded Maunder minimum that you keep hearing about with people who are, looking at where sunspots have been going lately and said, are we heading for another one of these? Doesn't look likely, but if you look at the cycle, you can see over here, things peaked out at around cycle 19, and things have been going sort of downhill ever since. Not to say there are no good cycles, but there are increasingly fewer of them. If you look at where we are, we're right here in cycle 24. This is December of 2014. These are sunspot numbers, and you can see the variability of that. This curve is what you kind of look at to see how the cycle is behaving. That's what's called the smooth sunspot number. And if you look at the last couple of cycles, you can see that 2 cycles ago, 22 was a pretty good cycle with sunspot numbers peaking up almost into the 300 range. The last cycle, cycle 23, was not quite as good. The peak was in the 250 range. The smooth sunspot number here was 250. The smooth sunspot number at the peak here was about 180. The smooth sunspot number in this last cycle that we're in now has been only around 100. Things have not been good, and sad to say, they're not going to get any better, certainly not for the next 5 or 6 years as we come down to the bottom of the cycle in 2020. Yes, sir?
Yeah, I believe it was in the mid or late 1800s, there was a major storm that knocked out all the telegraph. And on your previous chart, I didn't really see, anything. I mean, certainly it looks like 1950 was a much greater time. Yeah, right there.
Right.
In 1950s, it looks like was a much greater activity.
Right.
How do you account for that?
Well, again, a solar storm, which is a short-term event, won't show up in this chart because it's very condensed. If you look at a chart like this, this is a month-by-month chart. Again, it's not going to show up. If you were to expand this out and look at a solar storm and look at at sunspot numbers, let's say on a weekly basis, that's what you would see. And those are very short-term phenomena. Yes, sir.
So going back to the old science fiction movies, when all of a sudden there was no radio communication, they blamed the sunspot activity. They were actually wrong.
Well, not exactly right, because you can get sunspot activity that has the reverse of this effect. This is the effect of general sunspot activity, but you can get solar activity, maybe not sunspot activity. You can get a flare, right? That will cause a blackout. We see this all the time in HF, right? Things are going along fine for a week, and then all of a sudden there's a coronal mass ejection, right, which is what we call a solar flare. About 2 days after they see that at the sun, it hits the ionosphere, and it creates enough ionization that instead of reflecting HF, it causes too much absorption. Remember what I said earlier, in the lower HF bands, in the daytime, the sunlight, more solar radiation makes the ionosphere absorptive rather than reflective, right? Okay, so let's keep going here. How do you know which band to use? Okay, you go online, you go to the ARRL website, ARRL.org. You can do this whether you're a member or not, and you search, put in the search box propagation charts, and you get these graphs which will show you what band is open to which part of the world when, right? It's basically, showing you a graph of the minimum usable frequency, the maximum usable frequency, and the maximum possible frequency. And it's basically easy to read, is the higher the peak, the higher the frequency you can use for that.
And that's UTC.
And that's, yeah, it's in UTC time. It's Universal Coordinated Time. Everybody know what that is? UTC, we're in Eastern time. UTC is 5 hours ahead of us in the winter and 4 hours ahead of us when we go on daylight time. And this way, there's a set of these charts for each region, from region to region. And you can look at these charts, they're published on a monthly basis, right? So these are general predictions based on solar activity on a monthly basis to tell you which band to try to get on for which part of the world when. Yes, sir, you had your hand up. You. What are the colors? Lowest possible frequency. Okay, the green one is what they call maximum usable frequency, and red is highest possible frequency. The one to look at is the MUF, is the green one. You can see the green and the red are generally not too far apart. Okay? And again, these are published monthly. Years ago, they used to appear in black and white in QST every month. Now they're online. Yes, sir, in the back there.
Yeah, Mel, there's another useful tool as well. That's DXMap.
Yeah, there's yeah.
Within a few minutes of when you're on.
Right. Funny you should mention that. I said solar conditions vary day to day, even hour to hour. And you can go on a variety of websites and get this display, which comes from, and there are a lot of propagation websites. If you search amateur radio propagation in Google, you'll have more screens than you can get through in a lifetime. But you'll often see a chart like this, and this will show a couple of key things. SFI, solar flux index, SN, sunspot number, A index, K index. Basically the way and what it does is it takes these numbers and goes over here and tells you what kind of general conditions you're going to find in the bands. And this varies from hour to hour, okay? And basically what you want to look for here is high solar flux, low A and low K. Okay, and again, if you hunt around on the internet, there's lots of information about propagation. There's lots of books on propagation. But I'm trying to keep it simple here. If you see a display on this and you see a solar flux number of 95, you know that's not as good as a solar flux number as like 125 or 130, provided the A and K indexes are low. Right? So if you see 125 here and you see an A index of 32, that's not going to be so good. And basically what these displays do is they take this and they give you this kind of general explanation of what the bands are going to be like. An easy place to find this one is on the home page of QRZ.com. It's up there every day, every hour. Okay, now you've figured out propagation, you figure out what you want to do. How do you make some contacts? You can proactively make contacts by calling CQ, right? And ask people to come to you. You can tune the band before you call CQ, get a feel for conditions. If you're tuning a band and you don't hear much, not likely you're going to be successful, although you never can tell. If you tune a band and you hear a lot of activity and you call CQ, you got a better chance. But the wonderful thing about HF, like someone once said, it's like fishing. You throw a line in the water, you never know what's going to come back. Years ago, when I was new to amateur radio and DXing, I liked to spend a lot of time on 15 meters. I decided to get on 15 meters one evening. I turn on the radio, I tune the band, I don't hear much going on. I said, let me call, I point my beam antenna more or less northwest. I call CQ, maybe someone will come back to me from California if I'm lucky. I call CQ, someone comes back to me, he signs his call sign, 9 November 1 MM. Anybody know where that is? Nepal. 9 November 1 MM is a well-known DXer, Father Marshall Moran, sadly a silent key. One of my best memories of HF radio. He called me on a dead band. So you never know. When you call CQ, you want to listen for a clear frequency. Ask if the frequency is in use. If you're on CW, send QRL, which means is this frequency busy? HF propagation is a funny thing because, again, that reflectivity, if we were to go back to that slide I showed you with the reflection, in the middle, right, there's this reflectivity here. There's guys in the middle that don't hear either side or one side or the other. So oftentimes, because of the way propagation works, you'll hear only one side of the conversation or maybe even neither side. Right? So if you ask if the frequency is in use, sometimes someone will come back to you and say, yeah, I'm talking to this other guy. Right? And his signal, the guy who answered you, is strong. It's just that he wasn't transmitting at the moment. The other side of the conversation was transmitting, who's out of your range, what they call your skip zone. So always ask, is the frequency in use? Typical CQ format, you want to make your call long enough to establish yourself on the frequency, but not so long that people get tired of hearing you call CQ and you don't give them the time to answer. CQ, calling CQ 20 meters. This is KS2G calling Kilo Sierra 2 Golf, KS2G near New York City calling CQ 20 meters. All right? I tend to repeat that twice. It might take about 20 seconds. Don't ask me why. People, again, by convention, they say what band they're on. This goes back to the days when people used to cross band, particularly novices. where they're crystal controlled. So sometimes you would be calling CQ on one band, and someone would hear you on another band, either because you were cross-banding or because of an image of your band. You're on 20 meters and you're showing up on 40 or something like that. You had your hand up.
You want a calling frequency or a random frequency?
You're on a random. There are no calling frequencies on HF. There are those conventions that you have in that handout. But if I'm on 20-meter phone, I can call CQ any place I want. But the gentleman's, considerate operator's guide tells me, don't call on a frequency on phone that's used by, let's say, people who tend to operate and congregate on that frequency for slow scan TV. They get very annoyed when you do that because they don't have much space. They hang out on certain frequencies. But you can call anywhere you want. And it doesn't have to be an even number. It doesn't, when you tune the dial on your radio, the last digit doesn't have to be a 0. It can be anywhere. It's not channelized. Anyone else? Other questions? Call CQ. Often recommended to give your location, because that way people sort of know where you are, particularly now because the number in your call sign doesn't tell anybody anything about where you are. I have a friend, he's at KH2 and he's in like Detroit. It's like, give me a break. So you tell people where you are, give them an idea of what's going on. Same thing on RTTY, same thing, be repetitive and so forth. Okay? You can, of course, call CQ. You can respond to CQ. You can make a casual response. If I'm calling, CQ, if I'm calling CQ and W2HF responds to me, he'll come back and I'll say, KS2G calling CQ, listening for a call, and he'll come back and say, W2HF, this is KS2G. Give you a call sign. Your call sign always goes last in the exchange. That's, again, a convention so people know who's who. Same thing in CW or RTTY, W2HF, DE. DE means from. In French, it means of. DX pileups, DXpeditions. You give your call sign, right? If you hear a DX station and there's a whole bunch of people, you give just your call sign. Give it phonetically. Give your complete call sign, right? And then the question is, are you calling the DX station on the correct frequency? And this raises the question, is the DX station operating split? The big DXpeditions now all work split. If you are roaming around the internet and you see information about a DXpedition and you want to go after them and you see where they're operating, they'll give you their general operating transmitting frequencies. They're all going to be operating split. This has been going on now for a couple of years, and it's amazing the number of people who don't know. They hear a DX station. They don't hear anybody calling him because they're listening on his transmit frequency, so they call him on a transmit frequency, and they're never going to get him because that's not where he's listening, and it just gums it up for everyone else. So let's talk about operating split. You all operate VHF, UHF, right? You all operate split, even though you don't know it. It's what they call the offset on repeater input and output. You operate the Lymark repeater, right? The repeater is on they say the repeater is on 146.85. That means the repeater is transmitting on 146.85. When you press the button, you're transmitting on 146.25. You're operating split, right? The same way it works on HF. So a DXpedition, when you hear them, they'll say something like, the DXpedition will say, this is the DXpedition call sign and up 5 or up 5 to 10. What does this mean? It means he's listening up 5 kilohertz from his frequency. Oops, press the wrong button. Back up.
Back up.
Come on. Okay. There we go. He's operating, if he says up 5, that means he's listening around 5 kilohertz up from his frequency, or 5 kilohertz down. Or if he says listening up 5 to 10 to try to spread out the pileup, he's listening 5 to 10 kilohertz up from his frequency, right? Or sometimes they'll give the end part of the frequency. He'll say he's stationed on 14160, he'll say listening 200 to 225. That means he's listening between 14200 and 14225. So how do you do this, right? Back in the day, you had to have a transceiver with two VFO, with a VFO transceiver and an external VFO. Now most radios, I think all current model radios, have dual VFOs, and you can be transmitting on one frequency and receiving on another dial-up. It varies from radio frequency to see what's going on. General purpose loggers, DX Lab is one, DX Win is another one, DX Keeper. There's a whole bunch of general purpose DX logging programs. Ham Radio Deluxe gets mentioned constantly. It has a logging module in it. There are specialized contest loggers, N1MM Plus, WriteLog. These are all Windows programs. There are comparable programs available for the users of the Apple system and even in Linux, if I remember correctly. Okay. QSLing, okay. You can get QSL cards directly. You can use printed cards. You don't need to actually formally print a QSL card like Phil's over here. A written QSL just has that log information on it that you send to the other station to confirm your QSO, and he can send it back to you either as a printed card or as a written information. If you're going to QSL direct on paper, generally for domestics, send the self-addressed stamped envelope as a courtesy. It makes it easier and quicker. As a contest operator, I get lots of QSLs. It starts getting to be expensive. Stamps are now 49 cents. Envelopes are 1 or 2 cents a piece, plus the price of the card. You know, if I get 100 QSL requests after a contest with no SASCs, it can cost me $50 to respond to them. So using an SASC, you can use QSL managers. You can find them listed at various websites online, or the DX station may tell you, or you can ask, do you have a QSL manager, which means you can send your QSL card to someone domestically here stateside and get a DX QSL. QSL bureaus, you can send your cards out through the ARRL QSL service if you're members. How many ARRL members? How many non-members? Why not? You should be joining the ARRL. It's the voice of amateur radio in the United States. Second District Incoming QSL Bureau is handled by the North Jersey DX Association. If you search on NJDXA or Second District QSL Bureau, you'll come to their webpage. You send them a contribution which pays for postage. You can do it on PayPal, and they will send you the cards that come in from overseas. You can now QSL electronically. My favorite is the ARRL Logbook of the World, which you can use even if you're not an ARRL member. That provides QSL confirmations for various awards. EQSL is another system. It operates independently. A lot of people like it. I don't use it. Very few contest operators use it. DXers, 50-50, not so much. Club Log is another system primarily for DXers and DXpeditions, okay? Yeah, QRZ also has a logbook of the world, and it's got its own awards ceremony. There's a few of them out there. The most popular one is Logbook of the World, because that's the one for the ARRL awards. And there are all kinds of awards. You can get DXCC for 100, what used to be called 100 countries, now called 100 DXCC entities, Worked All States Award, Worked All Continents Award, 5-band Worked All States Award. There are a whole series of awards available from ARRL and from other sources. CQ Magazine also has a set of awards. Now, let's talk a little bit about features. Do I have enough time? Yes. Features of your HF transceiver. So let's talk about a few of these. Let's talk about transmitter controls. Obviously, there's a control on your radio that controls the RF power output, CW digital sideband. Most of the time, most people have a 100-watt transceiver. They leave that cranked up all the way. Sometimes you want to turn it down for a variety of reasons, not least of which, in many radios, if you're operating digital, which is what they call a key down mode, which means it's transmitting all the time, they will recommend, if you read in your manual, that you turn back the RF power below full power, because the radio is just not designed for a 100% duty cycle, okay? There'll be a control for your mic level and single sideband. There'll be a control for speech processing known as compression. Speech processing or compression, sideband is not a continuous wave like AM. It's a jagged wave. I'll show you a graph in just a second. So speech processing increases the average RF power and adds punch to your audio because more power is being transmitted at any time. When you use compression and you set your mic level, there'll usually be a meter reading on your radio called AFC, the automatic level control. You want to observe what the manual in your radio says about staying within the ALC envelope so that you don't overdrive the radio and distort your audio. Many radios now have transmit audio or equalization, which controls the highs and lows for maximum intelligibility. Most radios now have a transmit audio monitor. You can listen to your own transmit audio in an earphone. A lot of people like to use a separate receiver to see what they have in the way of transmit audio. And as always, when you're on the air, ask for audio reports from the stations you work. How does my audio sound? Is it loud enough? Is it distorted? Is it pleasant to listen to? Also, the audio obviously can be affected not only by these controls, but by the particular microphone that you use for your radio. This is what speech processing does for you. An unprocessed signal looks like this, and you can see you're getting this is the amount of power that's going out based on the audio. You can see when you put in speech processing, it increases the average amount of power that the radio puts out. This is another thing. When you use an external meter to monitor your output on single sideband, you must use what they call a peak reading meter, because otherwise you're going to see this average, and you're going to have a 100-watt radio. You're going to look at the meter, it's going to look like you're only putting out 20 or 30 watts because it's not seeing these peaks up here. Okay? So peak reading meter. Transmit keying controls, VOX, voice-operated transmit. This is a feature. Again, a lot of these used to be outboard features. You used to have to buy accessories to do this. Transmitter is keyed by sensing the speech. When you turn on VOX, when you talk into the microphone, the radio senses that and goes into transmit. Okay? So there's the sensitivity involved in how quickly it's going to transmit. There's what they call delay or hang time, which means how long it's going to stay in transmit when you pause to take a breath or whatever. And then anti-VOX. This is sort of like an anti-feedback control. So again, on all of these things, you need to look at the instruction manual of your particular radio. CW break-in, again, is automatic switching between transmit and receive, so that rather than having to press a button, go into transmit, and then start sending your CW, the radio automatically goes into transmit when you start sending using your paddle or your computer keyboard. Full break-in means it switches from transmit to receive immediately when the contact's open. This is almost like very fast VOX, so that you can hear what's going on the band in between the characters that you send. And people who are very good CW operators, if they're both operating full break-in, it's almost like having a duplex conversation like you would on a telephone. You don't have to wait for the other guy to stop transmitting. You can break in and start sending something to him while he's still sending to you. Semi-break-in is, again, the key contact's open. It switches to receive delayed by a set duration. It's usually controlled on the radio. It's usually done by a VOX setting, which doubles as a semi-break-in control. Automatic antenna tuner. We talked about antenna tuners in the previous session. Automatically matches the out-of-resonance antenna to an impedance of 50 ohms, which is what your radio wants to see. Antenna tuner is a misnomer. An antenna tuner doesn't tune the antenna in any way. It's a matching network that changes the impedance that the radio sees. And a lot of people think that they take an out-of-resonance antenna and they put an antenna tuner in it, and they see the meter on the radio and it says 100 watts, and they say, oh great, I'm putting out 100 watts. No, you're putting 100 watts into the feed line, but if the antenna is out of resonance, you're not getting that effective radiated power at the antenna. So an antenna tuner is really to protect your radio, particularly now. Solid state radios don't want to see high VSWR. When they do, they fold back the amount of power output, or if they're old radios, they fry their power output transistors. So it maintains full power output. Modern radios like to see that. A lot of them have it built in. Receiver controls, audio frequency gain. This is the volume control of your radio, how loud. The RF gain control. This is how sensitive your radio is. Again, most of the time, most radios, most circumstances, you'll leave this cranked up to 100%. But there are some instances where it's helpful to reduce the amount of RF gain, particularly in heavy QRM situations, because it can cut down the sensitivity of the radio so that an interfering signal isn't as strong into the radio to help you.
Little trick you can do is cut the RF gain down and increase your AF.
Your audio gain. Turn down the RF gain, turn up the volume.
Right, and you can pull those signals out.
Right. AGC is the automatic gain control. This is usually like either an in or out or fast or slow control. It's usually switch controlled on the radio. And it's how quickly the radio responds to changes in the level of the RF signal coming into it. Usually it's set for fast response on CW because the CW signal comes and goes very quickly, or slow for single sideband. Single RF attenuated, this is usually a single switched or push button control that does the same thing as turning down your RF gain, reduces the amount of sensitivity by a set amount. You know, it's like a pad for like 10 dB or 20 dB, and again, in certain situations where you have interference, it changes the dynamic range of the radio so that it reduces how difficult it is for a signal to get into the bandpass of the radio, and therefore it will make the weaker signal more evident than the interfering signal. RF preamp does the reverse. Particularly on the higher bands, you want more receiver sensitivity. So an RF preamp will boost the sensitivity of the radio by, let's say, 10 or 20 dB. A lot of radios now, they're all band and all mode, so that an HF radio plus 6 meters will have FM in it, so it'll have a squelch control in it. Works the same as a squelch control on a VHF or UHF radio. You leave it wide open except for FM. Common problem with people have a new radio. They take it out of the box, they futz around with it, they turn it on, they don't hear anything. The radio is dead. One of the most common errors is they've futzed with the squelch control and they've turned it down so that the radio is deaf. You have to open up the squelch all the way. Now someone mentioned RIT earlier, right? Back there. Receiver incremental tuning. What this does, and it's called a clarifier in Yaesu radios, which is a term left over from Citizens Band, it changes the receive frequency without changing the transmit frequency. Okay? And you ask, can you work split using RIT? If you have a big enough RIT range is usually about 5 kilohertz.
Correct.
Right? So if the split is within that range, you can use RIT instead of a second VFO to work split, because you can be on the transmit frequency and use RIT to get onto the receive frequency. XIT, which is transmit incremental tuning, is the same thing in reverse. In other words, whatever it says on your dial, you can change your transmit frequency without changing your receive frequency. So these are mirror images of each other. Interference controls, noise filters and noise reduction. And again, this terminology is a little slippery depending on the radio, but if it says noise filtering or noise reduction, that reduces steady background noise. That's like general atmospheric static. All right? Noise blanker reduces pulsing background noise, something that gets from like a passing automobile ignition noise in your, use a noise blanker if you have a HF rig in your car. It'll reduce or eliminate ignition noise or motor noise coming from inside your house, that kind of thing. Notch filters. Here's what a notch filter looks like. It nulls out a specific frequency. Okay. Here's your band pass. This is what is being heard by your radio. There's one signal in here, like a heterodyne or something like that, on sideband. The notch will make the receiver band pass look like this, and that signal falls into this big null here, so that you hear all of this, but you don't hear any of this. Okay, got that? IF shift. Similar but not matching. Here's your band pass. This is everything being heard by your radio. Here's your interfering signal, and it couldn't be broader than this, right? When you use your IF shift, it takes this band pass and shifts it out of range here so that the interfering signal will be moved out of the band pass. So here's your desired signal, here's your interfering signal, right? By moving, here's where you start out. When you shift this over here, you haven't changed your frequency, you've just changed the band pass, and that moves this interfering signal out of the band pass so you hear the signal that you desire. Okay? IF shift. wide and narrow DSP filtering and roofing filters, things like that. Work like this, again, it changes the width of the bandpass. Some radios, this is tunable. Phil and I have a radio, a TS590S, and this is tunable. You can change this. It's tunable on the K3. Sometimes it's switchable, and this thing, there's a series of switch-selected filter widths, right? So here's the signal that you're looking for. Here are two interfering signals. What you can do is you can narrow the bandpass like this. Hear the signal you want, knock these two out of your bandpass. Okay, any questions on these?
A picture is worth 1,000
Right.
words. That says it all.
Okay. Variable bandwidth filters, okay? This is a combination of the two. You can see that here's your desired signal, here's an interfering signal, here's another interfering signal. This is the high frequency cutoff of the bandpass, right? You can change the shape of the signal like this so that these two fall outside this window inside the bandpass. All of these require a little bit of fiddling to get used to how they work on your particular radio. So the thing to do is tune around the band, find situations that create the kind of QRM you're going to encounter, and play with the controls till you get used to how all of these work. Takes a little bit of doing. So Phil's going to do a quick review of the rest of this, right?
Yeah, we can just quickly just go over, well, propagation characteristics. As we know, that's really, I mean, how many times I get a call and like my neighbor calls me and says, 10 meters, I don't hear anything, my radio is dead. Well, radio's dead because like Mel said, it's 7 o'clock at night, it's dark. Okay, so I think the key with propagation is just keep an eye, check the numbers, start to learn what bands are open on particular frequencies, particular times. Be aware of the band edge, like Mel said, you don't want to get in trouble. Check daily solar conditions, very important, because you can definitely see if you're going to have any HF activities. Sometimes, I mean, you get a solar storm, and then you might as well just shut the radio off and go somewhere else. DX Summit, that's another good site to look at. That's definitely DX spots, which you actually will see spots coming in from all over the world. And if you're lucky, you could click on the spot, and hopefully the propagation is in your favor, and maybe you'll make the contact. So it's a very helpful tool. Yeah, this is always a pet problem that I have. In single sideband contact, just send your call. I'm running, and I'm on a roll, and then all of a sudden a guy comes back, N2MUN. Well, I know my call. I want to hear your call, and the whole sequence gets out. So in a contest, just throw your call out. Just throw your call out, and the contest station will come back with your call and with the exchange. So that's a common problem. Getting the most out, well, right, speech processor, punch, audio equalizer. Yeah, that's like Mel had mentioned, a lot of, most all new radios have transmit and receive equalizer. Again, play with it, get some signal reports from a DX station. I use it on both, receive and transmit, and it does tailor the audio, and you can, and it does work. Interfering controls, I guess Mel explained that. It's kind of interesting. I'm starting to get involved with software-defined radios, and they're quite interesting to eliminate the QRM. Again, noise filters, band width, IF shift, pull out the weak signals out of the mud, and reduce RF gain, which I just talked about. That's just a little trick. Learn how to go on, like we said, YouTube. Working a contest before, again, check the rules. Check the rules. That is the WA7BNM contest site. That is great for finding out what contests are coming up, and that way you can plan your what if you want to work a contest or whatever. And it also gives you your rules, and it's quite a good site. Plan your strategy. I think Mel talked about that at his forum. Class time allocations, what are you looking to do? Okay, remember, you should be competing against yourself. Don't try to compete against a superstation. And also in competing, you're competing and you're trying to improve your station. And that's the fun of also ham radio. Well, I should have been on 10, I wasn't on 10, so next contest I'll what I do is I sort of review my log and sort of try to see where I could improve. Even the station, maybe I need to do something to improve the station. The antenna tuners, we went through that. Okay.
Any other questions? Yes, sir.
If you use an amplifier,
Yes.
does the amplifier go between the radio and the antenna tuner, or between the antenna tuner and the antenna?
It should be your radio, your amplifier, your antenna tuner, out to the.
The tuner goes closest to the antenna because you want to match the impedance for the devices that are feeding the antenna.
Correct.
So that includes your amplifier. So the order is radio, amp, tuner, antenna.
Right.
Okay? Yes, sir. Back there. You, sir. You. Yeah.
I'm confused when you say QSL or QRZ. You hear like both, and sometimes it sounds.
QSL means, if you look at everybody go online, get a Q codes chart. QSL means confirm. QSL question mark, do you confirm? QSL, yes, I confirm. QRZ with a question mark means who is calling me? QRZ, right? So
sometimes you're talking to someone that just say QSL randomly in the middle of the context.
well, it means, it means okay, said, hi, that kind of thing.
Some people will say QRZ without saying CQ. They'll just get on and go.
Well, if you hear a contest station, they'll also often do that because there may be several stations that have called them. They're working through a pileup, right? So it means like who else is calling me, or who's calling me. Same as calling C. CQ means literally anybody answer me.
Answer, right.
Okay. Yeah, Bob.
Okay, just be aware of, there are time of day conditions, like with Australia, this time of the year, usually you'll hear Australia in the afternoon.
5:30. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
The long path going over Africa.
That's correct.
In the morning, you'll hear them on the short path coming across the Pacific Ocean.
That's correct.
Right.
There are seasonal time changes where now you can possibly hear Australia and South Africa in the afternoon, where in the summer you won't hear them at that time. That's assuming you learn that as you get.
That's right.
Correct. And on like N1MM program, it'll give you short path, long path, and you're right. And sometimes you can just try it, spin your if you have a beam, just turn it around,
Right.
and maybe the signal.
As I said earlier, there's nothing like getting on the air and experimenting. That's what it's all about.
The other thing is like in the spring, maintenance. You don't want to go climbing towers and changing connectors in the winter. So it should be just you should just try in the spring to check connectors, check everything that possibly could have loosened up.
Anything that can go wrong will.
Go wrong.
Yes, sir.
I understand how subjective this must be, but how do you go about choosing your first HF radio?
I hang out on a lot of forums. I spend more time online than I should on the radio. It's one of the most common questions, and every time it's posted, there'll be 50 responses with 35 different radios. Okay, so the number one question is, what's your budget? Okay, the number two question is, what do you want to do with the radio? Are you looking for a contest radio? Are you looking for casual rag chewing? Are you looking for an all-in-one radio like a TS2000 that covers 160 through 1.2 gigahertz? Or are you comfortable with an older radio that has tube finals that has to be tuned and so forth? The other thing is, what antenna system are you putting it into? I posted a response to a guy who posed that very question. I said, whatever radio you pick, whatever your budget is, start with the antenna. Put up as good an antenna as you can afford,
That was the first part of
and
the presentation.
as will fit on your property and whatever. After that, from a transmit standpoint, 100 watts of RF out is 100 watts RF out. So after that, it's all about receiver performance and convenience and features.
You know what the best thing to do? Go to a club.
Right.
Most clubs have or field day, or go on YouTube and just look at
Right,
some
if you belong to a local club,
is really,
that's one of the best resources because you can ask people. You say, I'm looking for my first radio. What do you suggest? Oh, I have this, I have that. Can I come over and see what it looks like? Can I try it out? And most people in clubs, they'll be happy to have you come over and see their station and show it off for you and explain to you why they like their particular radio or not. A lot of it, Phil mentioned this in his presentation before this session, an awful lot of it's personal preference. We have this radio, Kenwood TS590S. We love it. I've had people say, I had that radio, I just didn't like listening to it. The audio was too harsh. I don't know what he means by that because I love the way it sounds. And it has an audio equalization on receive, and I tailored it to my liking. Right. And I don't know, maybe he's using different earphones, maybe he's got a different speaker. So a lot of it's personal preference. But the major thing is, what you can afford. Do you want new or used? I mean, again, if you're going to buy an older radio, be prepared for the fact that it's an older radio, and you may have problems with it. Do you have a resource for that? One of the members of Limark, K2YEW, now a silent key, may he rest in peace, always used to say, when you buy something at a ham fair, if you buy a radio at a ham fair, figure 50% more than you're paying for it because you're going to have it fixed, by someone other than, if you're good with older equipment, you have the electronic knowledge, you have the resources, you have the tools, and you're comfortable fixing an old radio, that's fine. But there's no single answer to that. There are a lot of good, low-end, let me put it this way. People say now, there are almost no bad radios anymore because the competition is so fierce. You figure it out that the ham radio market is so small that if you put out a bad product and with all the stuff, the ability to disseminate information on the internet, as soon as any turkey comes out, boy, is everybody going to know, don't buy that radio, here's why. So there really are basically no bad radios. You hear a lot of stuff about, VHF, UHF, all these Chinese handy talkies. They are what they are. They cost $50. They're a $50 radio, right? But they're not a bad radio. They work, but they work like a $50 radio. A $50 radio, even if it's made in China, is not going to work like a $300 radio you buy from Kenwood. It's just common sense. So the major thing is, what's your budget? Ask around. Read a lot. There's lots of reviews online. You can get a really good feeling.
Check the YouTube.
You go to eham.net. They have reviews of all these radios. There's always going to be like 10 guys, I love this radio. And one of this guy said, I wouldn't buy this radio again if it was the last radio on Earth.
Yeah,
but if you look at the consensus, you get a good
I try not
deal.
to look at the 5 for 5 in EHAM or what. Yeah, I look at the middle ones, 3 out of 5, because then you get sort of a true picture.
Everybody, it's like, preference. What's better, Chevy, Ford, Mopar? Like a friend of mine says, that's not that's a religion. It's like, I've always had Kenwood HF radios. My first radio was a Kenwood TS520S. I loved the Kenwood radio. I had a 520S, had an 830S, had a 570, and I have the 590. But I've used Yaesu radios at contest stations. Some of them I like, some of them I don't. A lot of it's just personal preference. Anything else? Thanks so much for coming here. Thanks so much for coming to HRU.
What is your email address?
ks2g@arrl.net. Mm-hmm. Just pull these out. Good job. Oh, that's right. I got to give you back your microphone.
That worked out good. That's good.
Well, pretty much this is. What's that? I bought the good microphone test. Oh, okay. Yeah, oh, I see. You still got to get yourself a shotgun. It's like $500.
You still got to get yourself a good shotgun.
Which cover do you guys do? Well, we're in a contest cover, so, well,
This concludes Ham Radio University 2016.
Reporter of World House Contest Club. Bill's a member of the Owls.
if you want to, you could send an email to N2MUN for ARRL.net if you have any questions or whatever. Thank you very much. Okay? Hopefully it helps you.
Yeah, not personally, but I know what's going on in the town of Hempstead.